Okay, it's 5:30. That's 5:30, right?
It is fine.
Mr. Lamb, how are you?
It was fine.
He was here. He went to the restroom. Mr. William Lamb, are you in the building? Where are you at?
I'm answering for you.
Hmm. Is he? Okay, well, we're going to get this meeting started because we're supposed to. Yeah. Okay, this meeting is now to order. I will call the regular meeting of the Milpitas City Council on May 5th. Oh, happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody, to order 2026. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code on the upper right-hand corner of the agenda. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lien.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. So before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Curtis, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one item today for closed session. That's conference with labor negotiator. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the agency's designated representatives are Jared Hernandez, Acting City Manager, Matt Cano, Assistant City Manager, Rick Bolanos, Libra Cassidy Whitmore. The employee organizations are professional and technical employees, mid-management and confidential employees, Milpitas Employees Association, International Association of Firefighters, Milpitas Police Officers Association, and the unrepresented employees.
Thank you very much for that. And so now we'll call for public comment on any of the closed session items.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
I don't see anyone in the public. Okay, so we will adjourn this meeting, and for tonight, we will have give a 2-minute for the public comment. Thank you. We're going to closed session. Time is it 7? Well, we're at 7:30, 2 more minutes. We'll be starting at 7:30. Yeah, 2 more minutes. Is it 7:30 already? It's 7:30? Okay, it is 7:30 now. So we will, now that it's 7:30, now we will, the city attorney, go ahead and report out what closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action at this time.
Okay, all right, now it's Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead the Pledge of, okay, ready? Let's rise, everyone. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
Republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we have a invocation, and I am up for the invocation. So I'm going to lead with the Lord's Prayer. So, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And I want to thank all the city members, the staff for being here, and the residents, and making our city shine. We are a city on a hill. Thank you. Okay, so now we will do presentations. So if the council members can join me down up there, podium. So good evening, everyone. Good evening. Isn't it a nice evening today? Okay, so I'm going to start off with Older Americans Month. So each May, we recognize Older Americans Month, and in 2026, the theme is Champion Your Health. It encourages taking an active role in managing your own health, advocating for yourself, accessing preventive care, and making informed decisions that support independence. In Milpitas, older adults are mentors, caregivers, volunteers, and leaders. They enrich our community every single day, and we're committed to supporting their continued engagement, purpose, and well-being. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming May 2026 as Older Americans Month, urging everyone to join in celebrating and supporting our older adults, because they have a lot of wisdom. Thank you very much. So we are going to give this to, who's the person that's going to receive this here? Oh, thank you, Ms. Langley. We are good. Okay. I give you this proclamation, and I want you to say a few words.
I
But you want to take a picture first?
Okay.
So she's on our senior advisory commission.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you to the City Council and staff.
I want to speak up a little bit.
Okay, for this wonderful recognition. On behalf of the Senior Advisory Commission, I am honored to accept this proclamation for the Older Americans month of May. And I have permission to say that seniors rock, and we can outdo any 20-year-old. I am honored to accept this. We appreciate the city's support. And once again, thank you for this honor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Langley. And you rock. Okay, so now moving on to Affordable Housing Month. So tonight we recognize Affordable Housing Month and the importance of ensuring access to safe, stable housing in our community. In Milpitas, many residents continue to face rising housing costs, with a significant number of households spending more than they can afford just to remain housed. In partnership with regional partners such as Silicon Valley at Home, the city is working to expand efforts to expand access to affordable housing. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month. Give them a and do we have a representative? Come on up. Thank you. So we have a proclamation here for you. And let's take a pic, and then you can say a few words.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Allison Singalani. I'm the Director of Policy with Silicon Valley at Home. We thank you for inviting us to join you in recognizing Affordable Housing Month. We're proud to receive the City of Milpitas' Affordable Housing Month proclamation and glad to see this really important recognition of how critical affordable housing is in strengthening and stabilizing all of our communities. As a local nonprofit, SV at Home advocates for practical solutions to meet the housing needs of residents across Santa Clara County. Our theme for Affordable Housing Month this year is All In for Housing. We're excited to coordinate dozens of events throughout the month hosted by SV at Home and our many partners. We encourage everyone to visit siliconvalleyathome.org/events to find virtual and in-person events where you can learn and connect with your neighbors. It's no secret that our need remains great across every city and town. Nearly half of Santa Clara County's renters are cost burdened. Too many of our residents have been priced out of their homes or displaced from their communities. Local city schools and small businesses struggle to retain talent and customers. So that's why Milpitas' continued leadership is essential. Our work focuses on building support for new affordable housing, preserving the affordable housing we have, and protecting our most vulnerable residents from housing instability. We invite you to join us in envisioning, planning, and creating a future with safe, stable, and affordable homes for all. Thank you again for your partnership and leadership this Affordable Housing Month.
Thank you very much for that. And so now we're moving on to Building Safety Month. So May is celebrated as the annual Building Safety Month by the International Code Council to recognize that our community's strength depends on the safety and economic value of the homes and buildings that serve our citizens, both in everyday life and in times of disaster. So the City of Milpitas is strongly committed to building safety. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming May 2026 as Building Safety Month. And that's why we have a lot of our code enforcement to make sure that all those buildings are safe. So come on, here. Okay, let's take a picture first, and then you can say a few words. I think there's one more that wants to take a picture. Oh, sorry. There, all right.
Thank you. So to start out with just a little bit of an introduction, here with me today I have Vishali, who is a plan checker here with the City of Milpitas, and Jacob, who is a building inspector here with the City of Milpitas. I myself am the building inspection manager here. So good evening, Mayor and council members. On behalf of the Office of Building Safety, I would like to express our appreciation for the recognition of Building Safety Month and the importance of safe construction practices within our community. Building safety is a shared responsibility, and this proclamation helps raise awareness of the value of strong enforcement, strong codes, and ongoing education in our jurisdiction. It also recognizes the professionals who work every day to make sure that our homes, workspaces, and public spaces remain safe. This year's Building Safety Month theme is Built to Last, recognizing the importance of durable, safe, and accessible buildings within the City of Milpitas. In support of this effort, the Building Safety team will be hosting an informational library table at the library, every Thursday in May from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. To do that, to give resources and guidance to our residents, to help improve home safety, disaster preparedness, and support accessible and inclusive designs, okay? And so, one last time, we are grateful for your continuation, or for your continued support of initiatives that promote safety, preparedness, and sustainability within our built environment. Thank you.
Great, I love that theme, Built to Last. That is so awesome. So then now we have the National Small Business Week Small Business Commendation. We have our Economic Development Director, Madison Nguyen. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Madison Nguyen. I'm the Interim Economic Development Director with the city. This week is National Small Business Week, an annual event led by the U.S. Small Business Administration to recognize the contributions of small businesses across the country. Milpitas is a city of small businesses. Over 90% of our businesses are small, with 25 or fewer employees. In recognition of National Small Business Week, the city's Office of Economic Development has planned activities now and in the coming months to celebrate, support, and elevate our small businesses, including doing business with the City of Milpitas workshop tomorrow, May 6th at 9:30 here at City Hall. Before we continue, we will share a short video featuring our local small businesses and how the city's Office of Economic Development has been helping them grow and thrive.
Milpitas is a good place to have live here. I love Milpitas.
We're glad we ended up here. And it's turned out to be a very good place to do business.
What I feel is like, seriously, it was blessing. It was really blessing. Very good community, very supportive community. Every step, wherever we need city help, support, they are always there for us to support us.
And besides that, I think the city has reached out to me at my office. We had economic development officers come over and introduce themselves and say, how can we help?
Looking back, I'm glad it ended up being Milpitas because the community was great. The city was very supportive. It helped me grow from a very small business to what I am today.
Thinking along the lines of helping out small businesses has come up with grants that they have given us from time to time, helped us from growing under. That was really a big help from City of Milpitas, and I cannot appreciate that enough.
Milpitas City helped us a lot to provide guidance to get the permits and rules and small business programs.
We've been operating for almost 2 decades now and wouldn't be able to do that without the city and the backing of the good people here.
Gave us momentum for our first creative project. With that connectivity, we go forward with more confidence, remembering that the community of people worldwide and locally is so important. We're very grateful.
So thank you so much for that video. That was a great video. You know, small businesses are the backbone of our country. They're the ones that make it happen. And, you know, competition makes the world go around. So it is our honor to recognize a remarkable group of small businesses that have been saving our community for over 40 years. In the future, we plan to recognize other small businesses reaching their 40th year. It takes hard work, long hours, tough decisions, and a commitment. You have seen our city change and grow, and through it all, you continue to thrive. And we are so blessed that you are here in Milpitas. Today, we want to say thank you for your decades of dedication and perseverance. Thank you for sticking with Milpitas, for investing in our community, and for helping make our city what it is today. Now, I will take a moment to recognize our businesses here today by having them all walk to the front, receive a commendation, and stand next to our council members to take a group photo after I call your business name. And also, please hold off on your applause until I announce all our businesses so we can do it all in unison together. So the first one, let's see. So are these all in order, Suzanne? Okay. Okay, we have Dr. Gregory A. Lind, DC Family. His description of his business is Family Chiropractic and Natural Healing Center. And he's been in Milpitas for 40 years. So come on up. Dr. Gregory A. Lind, is he here today? Okay, we're gonna mail that to him or somehow get it back to him. We also have South Bay School of Music Arts, the music school. And he's been here for 41 years. Come on up. And you have been around for 41 years, or I think more, because you've been around for a long time. Great, thank you. Now let's take a picture, I think. Is that how we're going to do it? Or do it together? Okay. All right, so then the next one is GC Tax Institute, business, and their description is business consulting, tax preparation, payroll services, and more. And they've been here for 41 years. Are they here today? Are you here? Come on up. Let's give them a round of applause. We also have Larry Napolitano. He's been around for life. I've seen that name since I was a kid. He's one of their dentists here in Milpitas. 41 years. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Then we have Huntford Printing and Graphics. They've been around for 41 years as well. Are you here? Huntford Printing and Graphic Rep. Okay, we'll hold off on that. We also have Bowler's Edge Pro Shop. There's a bowling retailer, 41 years. Are they here? Okay. Hands-on Learning Center, preschool services. Are they here? Okay. Next one is Welker Brothers, floor covering contractors. They've been here for 41 years. Next, we have La Milpa Mexican Restaurant. They're in the restaurant business. They've been here for 42 years. We have Ace Embossing. They do foil stamping, embossing, printing, die cutting, and graphic studio. 42 years. Are they here tonight? Okay. Amy Yoshida, home-based florist. She's been here for 43 years. Next, we have R.L. Burrell Associates Films. They have their home-based filmmaker, photographer, teacher, and author, Robert Burrell. He's the one that did the Milpitas Monster. Thank you. And then we have CBS Food Equipment, Food Service Equipment, and Seasonal Blends. Are you here tonight? Yay, come on up. Next, we have Balch Petroleum Contractors and Builders, Fuel System Construction and Remediation Services. Come on up. Thank you for being in Milpitas. He's been here for 45 years. We also have Casa Azteca Mexican Restaurant, and they've been here for 45 years. Is there a representative? Okay. They have some really good food. Then we have Kenneth Holder, dentist, and he's been here for 48 years. Kenneth Holder. Oh my God! I haven't seen you in ages. I'm glad you're still here in Milpitas. Then we have Liberty's Auto Electric. They do auto repair. Oh. I love how you operate. I see a lot of classic cars at your place. You do. If you want your classic car repaired, he'll do it. So I think that's it. So then we're gonna have take a pictures. I think. Hi, Dr.
So good to see you. Hey, Herman, I still have your tape, that singing tape that you made for me years ago.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, how are we gonna do this? Sideways. Thank you for making our city great. Let's see. So, let's see. Okay, well, thank you so much for all these businesses that make Milpitas great, and you've been here for over 40 years. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening. Is Gary leaving?
Gary's leaving. Leaving it. He's got to go. He's traveling.
Oh, yeah, Ecuador. Okay, so now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. So public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. Call for speakers, city clerk.
Yes, we have several cards. I'm going to call them in order. The first is Ed Ackerman, followed by Nahira Patel and Bhavya Mehta, and then Pushti Mokani.
Okay, welcome.
That was my 3-minute deal. I come before you tonight, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, to remind you that May 15th is Law Enforcement Memorial Day. That means that the flags need to be flown at half-staff for the entire day. I also want to remind you that on May 25th, it's Memorial Day, where flags are flown at half-staff from sunrise to noon, not 8 a.m. to noon, or whenever we feel like it. On Sunday, it was Fallen Firefighters, it was National Fallen Firefighters Day. President Trump, on April 30th, along with all his predecessors, declared that a day of mourning. We made a Pledge of Allegiance here this evening to the flag. Where were our flags? They were gloriously flying at full staff every place throughout the city, with the exception of the one fire department on Midwick Drive, who followed the order to fly the flag at half staff. I came here before you guys in December to complain about the same thing. Now I'm beginning to wonder what's going on in this city. Have we lost the civic responsibility to realize that that is a symbol for the entire world of opportunity, of freedom, of liberty, and yet we just treat it like a piece of cloth? So I'm here to ask you to please educate the staff on flag etiquette. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will ensure that those standards are upheld. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Nahira Patel and Bhavya Mehta, followed by Pushti Mokani, and then Kamlesh.
Okay, welcome.
Since you're on one card. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and the fellow City Council members. My name is Bhavya Mehta, and I am a freshman in college at San Jose State University. I've lived in this community for 10 years now, and I'm grateful to call Milpitas my home.
My name is Nahira Patel, and I'm a 9th grade student at Milpitas High School. I've lived in this community for 14 years, and I'm grateful to call Milpitas home. Today, I'm honored to speak on behalf of BAPS Charities, an organization I'm proud to volunteer with. I'm also joined today by my family and other BAPS Charities volunteers who reside here in Milpitas. BAPS Charities is a global nonprofit focused on community service, education, health and wellness, environmental care, and humanitarian relief. Across the United States, BAPS has established over 100 centers, and for more than 25 years, BAPS Charities has been serving communities here in the Bay Area through volunteer-driven initiatives. As a youth volunteer, I've had the opportunity to take part in activities such as food drives, blood donation campaigns, community cleanups, and environmental initiatives. These experiences have taught me the value of compassion, teamwork, and giving back to the community.
What makes BAPS Charities truly special is that it is powered by volunteers of all ages, youth, family, and seniors, who come together with a spirit of selfless service. One of our signature initiatives is the annual BAPS Charities Walkathon, a nationwide event that brings together tens and thousands of participants across more than 100 locations. Over the years, these walkathons have supported important causes in health, education, civic engagement, and environmental protection. Here in the Bay Area, BAPS Charities has organized events that support local schools, hospitals, public service organizations, and environmental groups, helping strengthen the communities we can all call home. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share a little about BAPS Charities and the work it continues to do in our communities.
Thank you. You may continue because there's two of you if you want to. Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, the majority of the council, we do get invited to BAPS, and we have visited your site. And you've been around for a very, very long time, I think 40 years, something like that. Yeah, so we're so happy that your organization is an integral part of Milpitas. Thank you.
Next, we have Pushti Mokani, followed by Kamlesh, and then Joe Lowry.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and respected council members. My name is Pushti Mokani, and I am a current 10th grader at Milpitas High School, as well as a volunteer with BAPS Charities. Building on what was shared by my peers, I'd like to highlight an exciting initiative that's coming up this year. This year, BAPS Charities is proud to host not one, but 4 walkathons in May and June. We are especially excited that one of them will be held right here in Milpitas at Ed Levin Park on Saturday, May 30th. These walkathons are part of a broader effort to bring communities together around health, service, and various other values while supporting meaningful causes. This year, we are proud to partner with Save the Bay, an organization dedicated to protecting and restoring the San Francisco Bay Area for the current and future generations to come. This walkathon is more than just an event. It is a community gathering open to the public where families, youth, seniors, and local leaders come together to support a shared purpose and make an impact together. Personally, I am very proud to say that the walkathons have helped personal initiatives to me, such as when last year, the walkathon's beneficiaries include Milpitas Unified School District. We warmly invite everyone in the community to come join us for our event. We would also be honored to have the mayor and various council members arrive as well. We have already shared a formal invitation to your offices by email, but please feel free to reach out for additional details or if you have any questions. Thank you all for your time, and we hope to see you at our next walkathon.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, we have participated in the walkathons. I think you have had, the last one was in Fremont, right? Or Newark, I was participating in that. They're very, very,
Next, we have Kamlesh, followed by Joe Lowry.
welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to just ask something or request. My name is Kamlesh, and good evening, Mayor and council members. So there has been a post that has been circulating on a WhatsApp group in our community regarding soccer turf for kids, which is recently opened Delano Manong's Park on McCandless Drive. It's a really nice park. We live right opposite to the park. There is a school as well. I personally and my wife, we love the community and the area. I personally am a soccer player, amateur, and have been playing soccer along with a few other residents in the community as well as around the park. The request is that, the park is not, the green field on the park is very uneven. Just an hour before this meeting, I had gone for a run where I could feel there's a lot of pit holes, and it's really not that great. It would be great if, we as a city think about developing something which is all year around turf for kids and adults evenly, that will help more. It would just help a lot of people, not just the kids and adults, but It can be also for soccer events or something that city could organize as fundraising with the game being so popular in this country from now on. So that's just a request that I thought on behalf of the residents I could talk. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, we have Joe Lowry.
So welcome.
Good evening, honorable council members and the mayor. My name is Joe Lowry. I've been a Milpitas resident about 50 years. I'm currently the vice president of the Milpitas Youth Soccer League. And like the previous speaker, I'm urging that we improve Delano Monagas Park. My son's got a lot out of playing soccer in Milpitas. I got a lot out of it by coaching, and I think it should be a priority. And one of the things I really liked about Milpitas over the years is we did have a lot of parks. We did have a lot of places we could practice and play, but Milpitas is growing. Since it's growing, we need more and to service all our new residents. So I urge you to work very hard to make this a high priority, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Just a side note, I think when the Delano Manongs part, when they planted the grass, the community wanted to be on it. They wanted to make sure that they had access to it, and I think it wasn't allowed to grow to its mature. So now we have kind of some bare spots, and so hopefully we will address that. And another note, in the future, Mr. Lowry, the area near the library we have planned to build a park there. It's going to be great. Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
I have no additional speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any public announcements on anything? Come on up.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. In addition to what was already said, my name is Kirsty Aurora, and I'm a parent of 2 boys in the Milpitas Youth Soccer League. I would also like to advocate for the Delano Manong Park. The park is really centrally located. It will really ground the community. It will bring everybody together. The park is the lights are already installed in the park. And basically what just needs to happen is the ground needs to be level and even. And it would be an amazing opportunity for all the boys and girls for us to come together as a team and practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. Like the previous speakers spoke about the Delano Manang Park, I'm also here to, as a mom of 2 boys playing for Milpitas Youth Soccer League, I'm also here to request that the other parks also get some amount of maintenance. Example, the Murphy Park or the Hall Park where our kids practice. It's after the rains, it gets very, very muddy. The grass grows really tall, and it's really hard for our kids to practice there. Not just that, Milpitas Youth Sports, it has matches every weekend, and there are a lot of families that come from other cities to play in Milpitas, and it just looks a little tad unkept, while when we visit the other cities, their parks are well maintained. So, and it's, just from the sportsman perspective, it's really hard to kick on an unmaintained park. So yes, the Milpitas, the Delano Park, it does need a turf field. It will be a great addition to the kind of parks we have at Milpitas. But even the other parks, if they're maintained a little bit more, it will be great for our boys and girls. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just as a side note, I believe it's part of our CIP budget hearing, so thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Santino Fortes. I am the field manager for the Milpitas Youth Soccer League. So I don't want to sound redundant, but I am actually on the field. I manage and I coach 4 teams, 4 competitive teams for the league. And I just want to implore this upon you because, one, as field manager, I paint the grass fields. And as she was saying, Murphy Park, there's Murphy, Hall Park, Cardoza, repeatedly, I mean, even right now, I'm painting dirt. Okay, there's a good amount of portions of the field where I'm literally spray painting on dirt to paint the lines for the soccer fields. So additionally to that, my players have experienced a lot of ankle injuries because of the inconsistent grass that's there. You had mentioned Delano Monong's Park. I remember we were there for a party right as the park opened, and we had noticed that the field was like a marsh. And when I saw it, I said, "There's a broken pipe." And later on, during that whole time that it had become a marsh, when it finally dried out, the grass that was left was just really not very safe. But other than that, thank you. I just wanted to really just focus on the safety of those fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm sure staff is listening too. Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for having us. Sorry. I'm Nancy
Can you speak
Santiago.
closer to the mic?
Here we go. So I'm Nancy Santiago. I'm actually one of the managers for 4 of our competitive teams. This is one of our players. The other 2 are too shy to come up. But again, we just want to advocate the same thing for the field. We have over 800 players that come through year round. We play year round. We only take about a month off. We initially started at Delano actually, and it was a great park to practice at, especially since unfortunately a lot of our parks don't have lights, which is a big issue for us. We're always looking for a park with lights to play in the fall. And so Delano was a great option. We went back the following season, which is only a year later. And unfortunately, it was really bad, potholes. The girls kept getting injured, like Coach Santino said. And it's just something else that, we just need as a community. And we have more teams every season. We definitely want to just advocate for that to help our youth, and we have so many coaches that are willing to help out and build our community and build our competitive league and as well as a rec league. But we just need better parks to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And again, we are taking notes. Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and the student council members. I am a soccer player here at Milpitas, and I would like to suggest the idea of a turf field being built at Delano Park. I suggest this because uneven fields and other problems with them could cause difficulties in plays made in games and injuries. With Milpitas growing in soccer and the Russell girls soccer team and Rancho boys winning the middle school soccer season, this could be a great addition to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for having the courage to come up. I know it's not easy. Thank you. I love to see our youth being with civic engagement. That's great. Anyone else? Okay. So now we're going to be moving on to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. And again, thank you for coming out. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I would ask the mayor and each city council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I have none.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
I would ask I would ask that the record reflect no reported conflict. And Mayor, members of the Milpitas City Council, I would also ask that you please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into any contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I have none.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Leanne.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Again, I'd ask that the record reflect no conflicts.
Thank you for that. And so now we'll be reading the Milpitas City Code of Conduct. Is there any council member that would like to read this? We'll have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
The Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous, model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately, focus on the issue and not on the person, use electronic devices appropriately while on the council days, disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to the agenda items, separate governing from campaigning. The council must speak with one voice after making policy on issues, respect the line between policy and administration, and the council will always hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Barbadillo. So now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes to the agenda before making a motion?
I would like to, Mayor.
We have our acting city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I would request from the City Council that we defer item C8, which is the adoption establishing various user fee regulatory fees, to a future council meeting.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. All right, it was motion by Vice Mayor Barbadillo and seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so a question for the city attorney. Do we need to, since we voted on that item, do we need to now go to the full consent calendar?
Mayor, you may want to take a motion for approval of the balance of the agenda, and then when you go to the consent, just note that it would be approval of the consent minus that item.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Mayor, this is to approve the agenda, not the consent calendar.
I can't hear what she said.
It's a motion.
All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
So it was motioned by Councilmember Leanne and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Is there a vote?
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Okay, aye. All right, is there any comment for the public comment for the consent calendar? If not, then
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
I did.
There's no.
Okay, all right. So now, is there a motion to that for that?
Move to approve the consent calendar with exemption of C8.
Second.
Okay, this call for, it was moved by Vice Mayor Barbadillo and seconded by Councilmember Lian. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now moving on to public hearings.
Thank you, Mayor. For item number 12 for City Council and for the public, we are going to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the proposed 2027 through 2031 capital improvement program. And we have Public Works Director Christian Dorenzo to lead the presentation.
Thank you, Acting City Manager Hernandez. Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, Councilmember Chua, Councilmember Lian, and Councilmember Lam, Liha Iem, Public Works Division Managers. The item before you is to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution to approve fiscal year 2027-2031 capital improvement program. Next slide, please. Today's agenda, we will start with an update to the current CIP projects, review of the CIP calendars, review the proposed budget, and conclude with the recommendations. Next slide, please. Since the February Council study session, we have made significant progress on several CIP projects. Today, I will provide a brief update on our active CIP projects along with the look of what comes next. These are the three projects that our public work operation team is currently managing. The replacement of the scoreboard at Cardozo Park, Dixon Landing, and Sports Center is currently underway. The installation is anticipated to be completed by summer and fully operational by fall. The contractor have completed the interior improvements of both elevator cab at the library and is coordinating with fire preventions and the state for the final approval. The first cab will be put back in operation after the final approval, which is anticipated in summer. And the second cab, during the construction, the contractor identified an unforeseen condition with the hydraulic jacks system that require replacements. Staff is working with the contractor to obtain the pricing and the schedule, and will return back to the City Council in June for council considerations. This can potentially delay the operation timeline. The police department locker room is 65% completed and is expected to be finished in June. Next slide, please. Here are a few other projects that just recently broke ground. As part of the Great Mall and Dempsey resurfacing projects, the contractor completed the replacement of 1388 curb round around Great Mall and Alder Drive. We anticipate starting the pavement repair on Dempsey Road this month and the Great Mall Parkway in June. The annual sidewalk curb round repair program is currently under construction and anticipated to be complete by fall. The Calaras Medium Beautification Project started the site preparation work yesterday and will begin the clearing and grabbing tomorrow with land closures that might impact the traffic along East Calaras Boulevard. The project is expected to be complete by early August. Next slide, please. Another project that broke ground yesterday and started the demolition already is the Senate Park Playground renovation projects. The playground area will be temporarily closed during the construction and is anticipated to reopen early 2027. Staff is also working on the agreement to install the solar lighting at the park, which is expected to be complete in conjunction with the park reopening. Next slide, please. The construction of the McKinley's Well is 60% completed and anticipated to be in operation next year. The water well will serve the Valley Water Zones, which include Metro and Gateway Specific Plan area, and will meet the water demands requirement by the state. Next slide, please. In this next few slides, I will present a few projects that are going to break ground in the next few months. The City Council awarded a construction contract to modernize the sports centers and paint the water reservoir at air pump stations. The city is finalizing the agreement and anticipate to begin the work within the next few weeks and be completed by summer. Next slide, please. Early this evening, the City Council awarded the construction contract for the resurfacing of Yellowstone Avenue and the neighborhood south of Yosemite Drive. The project is anticipated to be completed by this summer. Another project that is in the pipeline as well is the South Milpitas Boulevard Road Extension projects. The bid opening is scheduled for May 12th, and staff is planning to bring the contract award to the City Council for consideration in June. The overall project cost is $15.7 million. 6.5 million is the estimated construction cost for these road extensions. The remaining expenditure is for the reimbursement to the developer for the construction costs of the Sengo and Terrace Court extensions, utility connections, land acquisitions, design, permittings, inspections, and the administration costs. Of this 15.7 million, 12.7 million is funded by tax impact fee, and the remaining 3 million is funded by the Federal Community Project Funding earmark. Next slide, please. Here's a timeline showing the progress of our CIP process. Back in February, staff presented the proposed CIP to the City Council for feedback, and on March 25th, the Planning Commission find the proposed CIP is in conformance with the City General Plans. And in early April, PRCRC Commissions recommend approval of the park section to the City Council, and tonight we recommend to adopt the resolution approving the proposed budget. Next slide, please. The following section will be the discussion of the proposed 5-year budgets. Next slide, please. The 5-year budget that is brought forward tonight consists of 138 projects for an estimated amount of 210 million. The total cost of the city infrastructure improvement without the funding source for the last 4 years is estimated at 23.1 million. The cost mainly associated with the backlog improvement for the community, park, and street category. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the proposed funding for each category in fiscal year 26-27, which the funding will be available starting July 1st. Staff is recommending to fund 40 projects for an estimated amount of 33.7 million, which I will briefly go over these projects in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Here are the 8 projects in the community category. Majority of these projects are for the maintenance of the city existing infrastructures. Approximately a total of 1.1 million is being allocated for various building improvement projects. The only new project in this category is the implementation of the real-time monitoring center for the police department to use live data and technology to support the officer and investigation in real time. Next slide, please. These are the 5 projects in park category. 2 new projects are being recommended. Staff recommend funding 1 million from Park Fund to repair and upgrade the deteriorating pathway at various city parks. And staff have identified Foothill, Starlight, Sun Hill, and Ben Roger as the top priority park. The next new project is to replace the existing natural grass with artificial turf at the Delano Monong Park to support the usage demand and maintain the quality of the field. The funding request is for the design, and the construction funding will be requested in the future budget cycle, which is estimated at 1.5 million. Next slide, please. These are the 12 projects recommended to be funded in street category. Majority of these projects are for the annual maintenance and improvement of the city's street infrastructure. 2 new projects being recommended. The city has received a federal earmark of 500,000 for street light and traffic signal improvement on Main Street. The project will upgrade the pedestrians and traffic equipment at 5 signal light intersections on Main Street, which is consistent with the intent of the earmark funding request. Staff is currently working on E76 approval that need to submit to Caltrans by spring of next year to ensure that the funding is obligated by September 30 of 2027 deadline, and the construction must be completed by 2030. Additionally, the city recently received another earmark of 250,000 for the pedestrian safety improvement along Main Street. Staff is developing the scope of work to submit to MTC for the approval. The next project is the roadway preservation program. Staff recommend funding 700,000 from gas tax on the biannual basis to proactively maintain our road network and help improve the city overall PC rating of 70 or higher. Next slide, please. Here are the 7 projects recommended in water category. Majority of these projects are for the assessment of the city water infrastructures and improvement of the fire flow capacities as identified in the Adopt Master Plan. One project that I would like to mention is the Metro Potable and Recycled Water Distribution Projects. The funding request of 350,000 is for the reimbursement to the developer for the water main extension on Terrace Court that was constructed as part of the private development projects. Next slide, please. The first table on this slide showing the 6 recommended sewer projects. Approximately 50% of the funding is for the city contribution to the rehabilitation projects at the City of San Jose wastewater facility. Staff is recommending to fund 3 projects in the amount of $1.7 million for the inspections of the city pipeline and improvement to the critical sewer line as identified in the master plan. The second table includes 2 projects under storm category. One of these is a new project focused on implementing green stormwater infrastructure improvements. Staff recommend funding $200,000 to complete the feasibility study and design. The full improvement cost will be determined once the study is completed. Next slide, please. To recap, here is the list of the additional 8 new projects across all 6 categories that recommend to be funded to this year's CIP program. Next slide, please. Through the CIP process and the master planning completed in recent years, we have identified approximately $657 million funding need for both existing and new infrastructures. $244 million is needed to address the repair and replacement of existing infrastructure, while $413 is for the new infrastructure needed. And as we move forward, we want to continue to emphasize and discuss the importance of where to invest these city limit capital dollars and prioritize the funding of the infrastructure projects. Next slide, please. The recommendation for tonight's item is to open the public hearing to receive any comments and move to close the hearing and adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 2027-2031 capital improvement program. This concludes my presentations, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, and now I'm asking for a public comment. Is there anyone from the public that has any comments?
We have to open the public
I'm
hearing, Mayor.
opening the public hearing.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, anyone from the public? Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and now moving to our council. Oh, come on up. Come on up.
Yeah, it's, are you speaking on this item?
Come on up. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mark Navarro. I am the Director of Coaching for Milpitas Youth Soccer League. Let me get my notes up real quick. We feel that Delano Manong should be put at the priority, placed as first priority. We felt that this park should have been used as a field space for youth soccer, but because of the unsafe nature of the field, being uneven ground and patchy grass, it is unusable, which is why we feel it should be replaced with artificial grass as shown in the project that has set aside. With so many youth and adult sports being placed, field spaces impacted with PAL soccer. You have the Milpitas Knights football program. You have the rugby program that just got put in the spring. And in the fall, there's not a lot of space, along with the adult soccer that is being played on the weekends as well as in the evenings. With so many youth activities needing a play space, Delano Manong would free up a lot of space and be used all with the lights being there. We could use it for during rain, during times of night when daylight saving hits and things like that. We would love for it to be turned into an artificial turf. It'd be used year-round with minor upkeep, and if funding is needed, Milpitas Youth Soccer League could help with fundraising as well as looking into grants. With the World Cup happening this summer and the United States hosting the Olympics coming around, I think funding this space would help and also promote outdoor sports as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? Okay. Closing this and moving on to our council members. We have Councilmember Chua.
So we have received the email, I think 2 or 3 emails regarding this Delano Manong issue, and plus Mr. Navarro's input. Because this is a question to staff. Because this is a safety issue, do we need to put it on the CIP?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. So basically, as you might notice on the presentation under the park category, we did request the funding of 300,000 to start the design for the replacement of the natural grass at Delano Manong Park with the artificial turf. So it's in our CIP. It's a new project that requested as part of this budget cycle.
Why is it not part of because it's a safety issue, as you heard, several input plus the emails. Why do we have to put it on the budget?
It is part of the recommended projects to be funded this year.
I think it's just a matter of prioritization from us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, I think we're talking about two separate things. I think that council member's question is related to immediate corrective action that can be taken,
Exactly.
not necessarily the long-term plan.
Yeah.
Is there, maybe Director Dorenzo can help, is there something that can be done based on the comments tonight, maybe an assessment of the field to see what remedies could be put in place for safety in the interim?
That's exactly where I'm going at. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We've probably, I think it's safe to say, we've wrestled with the condition of the field ever since we opened Delano Manongs. Originally, there was a confluence of issues related to irrigation systems that just exacerbated the problem. The field sits somewhat in a bowl setting within the park, and water is conveyed towards the park and then just sits in ponds. One of the issues is the field is oversubscribed, and that means there's too much activity on that park. And all natural turf requires time to heal and grow back. And when you play on it constantly, you're just beating down the natural turf, and it's not allowed to heal. So it's been difficult to find a balance where we can have the community and the school district appreciate that the field needs time off to recover, for us to reseed, for the grass to grow again. So that is a significant problem, right? So we will continue to explore ways that we can mitigate any safety matters, and staff and I will discuss after presumably adoption of the CIP if there's any way that we can advance or accelerate the eventual replacement with artificial turf.
Isn't there, I see two problems there, fixing the problem, the safety issue, and also scheduling problem on who can play on that field. So I think we need some immediate action, because I don't know how you're going to control the kids going out there playing, because it's a big area. So, but we need immediate solution to this issue. I'm looking for you guys to come up with it. And also, if we approve the 300,000, will that resolve the issue on the pipes and on the grass and everything else?
I don't know if Renee's around or not, but staff will work with Renee to work with the school district to see if we can find, she's back there, so she's hearing me. I'm going to obligate her to assist me with this going forward and engaging the community and the school district. The $300,000 is not for this matter. The $300,000 is design appropriation for us to enter into contract with a design firm to help us design and then eventually bid out the project.
So you're going to need more than 300,000.
We will need the actual construction dollars, which were estimated to be about $1.5 million. And the funding exists within the task fund. We will request an appropriation for that when we get to that point.
How soon can we work on this?
Well, I will work with Michael next to me, who's being eerily quiet, city engineer. I will work with Lee Hawk, but the idea, if I'm not mistaken, was that this coming fiscal year, we would use the money to get into design and have design created, and then the following year, we would bid that design out for construction.
meantime, we need to control who can play on that field.
Right. Thank you, councils, for the question. So we do have a joint use agreement for that field with the Milpitas Unified School District, and Matos Elementary uses it for PE and recess and things like that. We are in constant contact with the school district, the Department of Transportation and Facilities, as well as the principal at that school. So when we do need for the field to take a break, we do communicate well with the school. Christian's crew and my staff, we're all in on it together with them. We know that we're working towards a resolution, and then at some point it's going to need a longer term rest and potentially construction. We don't overschedule on the city side that field because of the condition to help with not going into periods of overuse of the field because it's in a delicate condition
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
I would just ask maybe info memo on the project plan so we can relate it to your plan on how to address this issue, so we can relate it to the residents, to the players. Thank you. Thank you both, and thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that one of the problems initially was that we didn't let the grass mature because the residents really wanted to use that park.
No.
And we were getting complaints, why aren't you letting us use the park? So that's unintended consequences. And I know that it's going to cost a lot of money to revamp that whole grass area. But what I would like to find out is the park, the future park near the library. When is that? Is there a status on it? Is this the time to talk about it?
Thank you, Mayor Montano. We are still, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Montano, Matt Cano, Assistant City Manager. We're still in contract discussions with the property owner. We are trying hard to bring that back to the City Council by the end of June.
By the end of June?
By the end of this fiscal year, by June.
Yeah, and I know that also, we need to also allocate monies for that. And that's not in this budget though, right?
No, it's not in this budget, but what our plan is, and I'm seeing if Michael changes this on me, is when we come to council with the deal on the purchase, we do have money in the Midtown Park Fund. So as part of the recommendation to purchase the property, we would also make a recommendation to the city council to put away the initial planning money for the property so that we can get moving as one of the new projects the team's working on next year.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we're working with the school district in partnership. That way the residents will have an alternative, and then you're working on that park. So it takes time, and hopefully we can get that resolved. Okay, thank you very much. We have Councilmember William Lamb. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to have a follow-up question, like Councilmember Chua. I heard from the residents that two other parks have similar problems. The Hall Park and what was it? Condosa? Oh, Murphy. Yeah, Murphy and Hall Park has similar problem. Perhaps, see whether we could do some patch up on the potholes, or I remember she was saying it's too muddy if after the rain, or can we check whether we saturate
the water.
Some region of the field may perhaps has some issues.
For those two fields, the Public Works Department does regular maintenance on those fields. We have also the Recreation Department who helps manage the youth sports field program. We work directly with Public Works to make sure that we give some fields rest time on the scheduled programs. General public accessing the fields, because they're not fenced off and locked, we cannot control that. But we do work closely with the youth sports group. So if there is rain, if there's 2 days of rain and there's saturation in the field, we do require that they cancel practices and games to preserve the field and the amenity. If people hop on that field and want to play in the mud or whatever, I mean, we can't control everything, but what we program and the groups that we work with, we're in constant communication with them if there's a weather event. And when we do need the fields to rest, we do work with the groups to make sure that we give it some time so the grass, if it's reseeded, it can grow, or before new season starts, that there's some extra eyes on the field to see if there's any holes or gopher holes or whatever, so that the kids aren't rolling their ankles when they're out there playing. So that work continues.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week, I heard from another residents complaining about similar type of issue on those two parts. Especially Hall Park. I think he was complaining after the rain, certain spot of the field is very muddy.
Yeah.
Somehow has some drainage issue, or
Yeah.
you know, perhaps you guys could check out why that is. Only certain regions has that issues.
Yeah. We will, I'll make a note of it, and then we'll take a look at Hall Park and see if it is, we do share the soccer field. That's another joint use with the school district. See where that puddling is, if it's on city property or district property, and then take it from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a follow-up question, Renee. Do we do an assessment of all the parks? What is there? Are they up to par, or what are the needs? And do you have a report on that to share with the council?
Yes, we did a full assessment of all the parks and all the amenities within the parks when we did the Parks Master Plan in 2021. There is a rating sheet that went in that master plan that rated each park and the amenities. Is there any immediate issues? Is it doing well? Is this something that you need to keep your eye on? So we can absolutely send that information to the council. Maybe separate that sheet out so you have a simple look at it, so you can see what we received back from that assessment in 21. I know it's been 5 years, but it was a really good deep dive to let the city know where we were at. And that assessment, if you remember, informed a lot of the ARPA projects that the city council supported to fix a lot of those urgent or safety needs at the parks. And we continue to use that document as the guiding document when we go through and do renovations or make recommendations with the CIP program or otherwise. The other thing is, if we hear a lot from the community, we take note of it. And when we work together, the city departments, to build a program for your consideration, we do take that feedback into account when we bring projects.
So it goes, you mentioned at the master plan, but that's already, like, as you mentioned, 5 years.
5 years,
But do you have someone from Public Works that checks it and gives you a report, gives Christian the report?
Oh, it's my turn now.
And then,
Oh,
okay, let's
I
say that.
pass the baton back to you, Christian.
Mayor, if you don't mind, one of the things that we could do is give you an info memo on this, so we're not getting too far away from the CIP topic, and let you know. The resting of the fields is a major issue. My daughter's played comp soccer, ODP, GA, all these different things, and these fields need time to rest, and our supply and our demand aren't in alignment in our city. And when you have multiple sports in a community that likes to use their outdoor space, it just becomes that much more challenging.
Right.
So I think what we would commit to is just giving you some information on kind of what we normally do, a very high level. This is how we check our parks, just so you have the information. But then that would allow us to continue the discussion related to CIP tonight.
Yeah, okay, great. That, if you can do that, and then also in that report, that info memo, if you could put down if wherever there's holes, do they? Maybe this is a question for you, Kristen. Do they when they see a hole there? Because if you don't fill it in, if you don't do infill, it gets worse. And what's the time frame on that? If you can add that in there, all those details. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Is there anyone else? Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank staff, especially Public Works, for a very clear report. I don't know if you can share with us and the community that 657 million in unfunded infrastructure on page 596. Share with the public so that we can understand how much of this is for fixing what we already have, and how much of this fund is for new things.
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. And if IT don't mind, can you go back to the slide on slide 20, which is show the breakdowns. So 657 is the total improvement needed that include existing infrastructures and new infrastructure needed. So 244 million is for the repair of the infrastructure that already existed. And 413 million is for the brand new infrastructures.
So almost $250 million just to maintain what we already have.
Yes.
Okay. Also on that, I'm jumping to the fire stations. It says Fire Station 1 needs $7 million and Station 3 needs $20 million for replacement. And both are unfunded, correct?
That is correct, Council Member.
So can you share with us the condition of these two fire stations? And how long can we wait before it becomes urgent?
So for fire station number 1, building improvements, as in the attachment 1, as part of the agenda package, we toward the end of the page, we have some descriptions of what is the scope for fire station number 1 projects. This one include the mechanical, lighting, roof, and window system and pavement improvements for this fire station number 1. So there's a lot of components that we need to fix, the total cost of 7 million. For fire station number 3, I believe this building is, it's 40 to 50 years old already. It built at the same time as fire station number 2. It already have reached its service life. So when the funding is available, we prioritize fire station number 2, which was completed 3 years ago. And for fire station number 3, it have the same lifespan. It already reached its end of its service life. So that is kind of like the top priority that we also would like to prioritize the funding to make the replacement for this building.
Yeah, we all know that that's the top priority in our city, right? It's public safety.
Yeah, that is correct. And right now, our public work maintenance staff gonna try to repair as we see fit. If the roof start leaking, we're gonna try to patch it until we find the funding to fully replace this building.
Okay, and here comes the hard question for you. So on page 597, it also said that we should identify new revenue sources to repair these aging infrastructures. Can you share a little more of what specific new revenue sources are realistically available for us?
Councilmember Lin, are you referring to the agenda report?
On the revenue, the new revenue sources, this is for item 12.
Yeah.
And it is on page 597 also.
So
in the attachment of the report.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I believe that the funding mechanism that I think we would think that it can help to close this budget shortfall and find the funding to fund these unfunded projects, like continue for sure to pursue the state and federal grant opportunity, which staff have been doing, try to take a look if there's any grant funding opportunity, we try to apply for these projects, and establish the developer impact fee for the metro and specific metro and gateway specific plan area, and consider financing measure, maybe go with the general obligation bond to fund the larger infrastructure projects. And maybe one other project that I think also in the top priority as well is the replacement of the police department building. that has a price tag of 200 million. So that's something that's also kind of like the critical infrastructure that we need to look into.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's it for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I have a question on page 13, slide 13.
Can we bring up slide 13, please?
Okay, see if I remember which one it was. Okay, so Renee's, this is for the Public Art Fund. What which ones are going to be, how much do we have in our Public Art Fund right now, and which ones are going to be prioritized?
Good evening, glad to be back. So this 55,000 is in line with the City Council's current mural policy, where $50,000 is moved from the Public Art Fund into the Public Arts Program CIP. So we have it to fund 3 to 4 murals a year. The $5,000, it was added this year to start work on public art piece repair as part of the public art master plan that the council approved a few months ago. The prioritization of the projects will come to the City Council via the Arts Commission's work plan. So they'll prioritize and recommend public art projects to the City Council, and then you all would approve them at that time.
When is that going to happen?
The commission work plans typically come to the City Council in early fall.
Okay, so I specifically, I wanted to find out about the art for the pillars. When is that going to happen? When is it going to come before us? Because that's already been approved.
So it's been approved, and we're working with the contract with the artist. So the contract should be executed in early summer, and the goal is to have it start mid-June and be completed by the end of the summer.
This year, right?
Oh, yeah,
'Cause it's
this
already
year.
been 5 years.
Yes, Mayor, yes.
All right. Can you put the slide back up? Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Let's see. The city building exterior improvements, what exactly are you talking about? What exterior improvements?
Thank you, Mayor, for the questions. The city building exterior improvement of 150,000, this is for the painting of the exterior painting of Sacraklis building.
The entire building?
Yes.
City Hall?
Yep. Not City Hall, Sacraklis building.
The what? Oh, the Cracolisi building?
That is correct.
Why wasn't City Hall put on? This is the one that needs the painting.
I believe this is based on the deferment.
When was the last time that this building was painted? Because South Cracolisi building, it's not that old. This is the one that needs to be painted.
This is based on the deferred maintenance plan that operation team do the assessment, and they evaluate it, and they believe that Sacraklis building is time for repaint that.
Yeah, who decides that? Who's the one that does, I mean, not who, but what department is the one that decides that?
It's us, Mayor.
You guys.
Public Works, yes. And we employ a variety of factors in our considerations. Yeah, the condition, cost effectiveness, risk and and safety matters, et cetera, et cetera. The City Hall's main concern is the HVAC system, more so than the painting, which I don't believe ever took place, has ever happened since the construction of the facility.
Okay. So you guys are the ones. Okay, and then the HVAC system, I know we already spent a lot of money improving the HVAC system, so why is it still on here?
So
I mean,
the-
we have council members that are freezing over here.
So thank you, Mayor. For the HVAC system, this is not for the city hall. This is for the replacement of the HVAC system at Sports Center, Fire Station number 3, and the Senior Center. So at 3 different facilities.
So how does that get prioritized? Instead of this one? Who does that? Is it your department too?
Madam Mayor, you can always blame me if you like, but speaking of the heating in this facility right now, we have been working with PG&E for probably the last 6 months now. We have an issue with the gas, PG&E's gas meter not pushing enough gas through to our boilers. The 2 boilers are brand new to the emergency declaration that yours truly had the pleasure of declaring about 18 months ago. So that equipment is new, but not enough gas is getting to the boiler, so it's causing one to trip off and then the other one trips as well. So we're working patiently with PG&E.
That's a pressure system.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then not page, but slide 14. Okay, that one, the Metro Tango Sub-District Park. Can you explain that?
Thank you, Mayor. So this 10.6 million requested is for the construction of the new park, Metro Tango Sub-District Park. So this is planned, the construction is planned to start after the completion of the South Milpitas Boulevard Road extensions.
Is that the one where the Sango?
Yes, that is correct.
We're going to connect the two. And are you going to put water there? Because one of the recommendations from the residents to put a water faucet there, or is that not going to happen?
Do you mean drinking fountains?
Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
meant.
we will have drinking fountain all across the park.
No bathroom, right?
There is a bathroom recommended because based on the community input, when we do the community outreach during the park design, community desire to have restroom because there's a playground, they would like to have restroom so that their kid can use it.
See.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the Delano Manong's large dog park, is it going to impede on the field for the sports?
No, basically, Mayor, the large dog park, there's a reserved location already. It's closer to the McKinley's Way. It's toward the end or inside the park. There's all the location identified for that areas. And right now, we cannot proceed with this project because we're waiting for the completion of the McKinley's Well project, which the contractor is using that site for staging area. So once the contractor move out of the site, we can develop that site.
Okay. And the water that will be used to water the grass in that area will be from the well water, right? Or is that not?
It will be the recycled water.
Yeah, the recycled one, okay.
Yep.
All right, that's it.
Thank you.
And I see that the Delano Manong soccer field artificial turf, you have, first of all, before that could even go in, I'm glad you explained it, you have to do consulting or design. Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's all the question I have. So we have Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 15, on the presentation, can you explain roadway preservation program?
Thank you, Council Member. So this roadway preservation program, we recommend to fund 700,000 on the biannual basis to kind of proactively preserve our road. So before this, we don't really have any preservation program. We're gonna go and fix. Typically, we have our annual resurfacing program, which try to assess the road, any road that have the PCI rating of below 50 or 40, we start to repair it, which bring up to 100, but it's very costly because by the time we start to repair that as part of our annual resurfacing projects, the cost is very high and we need to do the base repair, remove and replace. With this roadway preservation program, it allows us to proactively maintain this roadway when we start to see there are some defects on those roads, we start to do some minor repair, which is like preventive treatment, like seal coating, which is able to extend the lifetime of those roads with the more cost-effective approach.
How do you do that? Like how do you assess the road? Someone just drive through the road and make a determination that road need to be fixed up or upgrade, or how do you do that?
I'll go ahead and take this one. So on a biannual basis, we work with MTC. MTC has a program that assess our roadway throughout. Actually, they do it for all cities in the Bay Area. So we get a report from them that inspects all of our roads, and based on that inspection report, we determine. It provides us the condition of our roads, and it guides us how to invest our limited funding to maintaining what we want to maintain from a PCI value of 70 minimum. Currently, we're at 71, which is good, and we only want to build on that. So that guidance of that report allows us to say, okay, these are the areas that need more attention than others. Part of the program, or we don't attack the worst streets right away because they're more costly. So what we try to do is spread out the money to implement various treatments, where some will get a full facelift. For example, like Great Mall Parkway, we're about to grind and over, or Dempsey Road, grind and overlay, so it has a fresh new treatment. To maintain a 7, we also have to implement slurry seal, crack sealing, that we extend the life of the pavement. So having a combination of these treatments within the annual project helps us stretch our dollar out a little bit. One thing that I want to mention about the road preservation, it's an effort to try to increase our PCI of 71. Currently, our report in 2024 says that we have to invest pretty much $4.5 million annually into our street infrastructure. This is in that report also, to get an extra point, call it 72, we have to invest another $700,000. So we determined that it would be best to take our gas tax money and invest that extra $700,000 to try to increase our PCI so that we can stretch our dollars. So that's the purpose of that new project. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm wondering that $700,000, how many roads we could repair to the standard, like in terms of percentage of the city roads? Does it cover 5%, 10% of the
I wouldn't say it would be that high. There's a lot of roads. I really never did the math on the quantity of what that would take. Just to do Dempsey, for an example, to do repaving Dempsey and also a portion of Great Mall, we got bids in to do that for $3.6 million. But those roads are arterials and need major facelift, right?
This 700,000 is for the road. It's not that major.
Exactly. We're going to use this money for more neighborhoods.
Right.
That don't have that large volume of traffic.
Yes.
We want to really just come in with a preservation seal to extend that life for another 10 to 15 years. So I'm trying to, right now, we're probably in the Yellowstone that came to consideration tonight, we're doing adjacent to Creighton Park, all those streets. That was about $1.5 million with a combination of grind and overlay and also a seal coat. So that's where about 4 or 5 streets.
4 to 5 streets.
4 to 5 streets cost about $1.5 million. But that's a combination of grind and overlay and also a slurry seal.
Right. But just 700,000 probably only cover a couple of streets then.
Probably. but it gets added into the overall project also of what we would try to spend of $4.5 million on an annual basis.
Sounds like if that is the way to go, then we could spend more money. I mean, spend our funds on prevention. It might last long. I mean, our roads might last longer than overall might take less to.
That
to
is
repair.
always the goal, but the problem is some roads deteriorate more faster than others. For an example, you have Great Mall Parkway or, well, the more collectors like your South Milpitas Boulevard or Able Streets. Those deteriorate more quicker because of the volume of traffic it receives. So you have to invest a little bit more money into that. Trying to preserve that might not be always the most cost efficient way of doing it. The neighborhoods, that's where we want to put our preservation efforts into, but that's not always the case because some streets do get left behind, unfortunately. So we take our limited budget and see how it can stretch the best that we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. So we have a couple more items, just a reminder, friendly reminder. Is that it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Chua.
Mayor, seeing there's no more discussion, I move to approve and a public hearing has been conducted. I move to adopt a resolution approving 2027 to 2031 capital improvement program.
Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Chua and it was seconded by Councilmember Lien. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo is absent. Councilmember Chua?
Thank you, staff. Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lien?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, all right, thank you, staff. For all
Thank
your
you,
hard
Lai
work.
Hawk. Excellent job. All right, council, for you and the public, we have item number 13.
13.
And that is to receive a presentation on the fiscal year 26-27 proposed operating budget and provide direction, as well as to receive an annual AB 2561 report on vacant positions and recruitment and retention efforts. We have two presenters, Finance Director Luz Confresi Howe on the budget item and Human Resources Director Kelly Parmley on the vacancy item.
Good evening, Mayor Montano, council members Chua, Lien, Lam, and members of the public. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Luz Cafresi Howe, Finance Directors. My apologies for not being with you in real life. But as you can hear, I'm battling a cold. I'm not sure that I'm winning, but I'm battling it. With me this evening to present this item in order of speakers, in order to help me out, there's a couple more speakers. Kelly Parmley, of course, the Human Resources Director, Alice Florick from the Budget Manager, and Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. Together, we are presenting item 13, a public hearing covering a structural deficit analysis, the annual AB 2561 vacancy report, FY 26-27 operating budget proposals, and one-time funded projects and programs. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that this presentation reflects the work of the entire city team, including Alice and her band of intrepid budget analysts, that's Trudy, Jessica, and Christine in finance, the human resources team, and last but certainly not least, our directors and staff across every city department who contributed to and collaborated on the information you will hear tonight. Next slide, please. Our agenda this evening opens with the structural deficit analysis. Then it will go to Director Parmley for the annual AB 2561 vacancy report, to Budget Manager Vorek to go through the FY 2026-27 operating budget proposals, and then to Assistant City Manager Kano, who will cover one-time funded projects and programs, summarize the budget calendar and next steps, and close with the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. Let's start with the structural deficit analysis. Next slide. Before walking through specific numbers, I want to take a moment to ground our conversation in how municipal budgeting actually works, because the framework matters. The City of Milpitas is a service organization. You've heard me say that over and over again. We do not manufacture or sell products. We don't have merch. We deliver services to our residents and businesses, public safety, parks, streets, planning, and many others. California law requires every city to adopt a balanced budget by June 30th of each year, meaning revenues coming in must equal expenditures going out. For the current fiscal year that we're in, FY 2025-26, the city adopted a $144 million budget, general fund budget, on June 2025, which has since been amended through a February 3rd, 2026 City Council action during our mid-year report to $150.9 million. While the annual budget must balance, the 5-year forecast looks further out and asks whether ongoing revenues are keeping pace with ongoing expenses. When they do not keep pace, the gap is what we call a structural deficit, and it can only be closed by increasing revenues, reducing expenses, or some combination of both. One last point on this slide. Approximately 80% of the general fund is salaries and benefits. That means staffing levels and service levels are not separate decisions. They are the same decision. The city has realigned staffing to actual demand, generating $2.5 million in recurring annual savings beginning in FY 2025-26, our current fiscal year. As always, changes to service levels require city council direction on which of those services levels to change. Next slide, please. Why recurring savings matter the most? This slide explains why recurring savings matter more than one-time actions when the goal is to close a structural deficit. A one-time action helps the current fiscal year only. Examples include a grant carry forward from a prior fiscal year, a one-time developer fee settlement, or a draw from reserves for a specific purpose. A core best practice budgeting principle is that one-time money should only fund one-time needs. A recurring action, by contrast, helps the current fiscal year and every subsequent year. Examples include reducing an ongoing operational expense, expanding recurring revenues, or aligning costs to the fund where the work occurs. This is how structural deficits are resolved and solved. The table on the right shows why this matters. The $2.5 million in recurring expenditure reductions identified in June 2025 is forecast to be $13.5 million in cumulative savings over 5 years, because those savings repeat every year and grow slightly with inflation. And as the footnote indicates, this total structural deficit improvement of $17 million over the respective time period reflects this very happy byproduct of recurring savings. Next slide, please. This slide represents the preliminary FY 2027-31 general fund financial forecast. You saw this on March 3rd, 2026. Reading across the table, in the current fiscal year, FY 2025-26, the budget is balanced as adopted at $144 million on June 3rd, as amended to $150.9 million at mid-year, and as always, balance as required by law. The amended budget does include the City Council approved use of $5.4 million in reserves. Looking forward to FY 2026, the base year of the forecast, we project revenues of $146.4 million, expenditures of $147.1 million, and the use of previously approved by council reserves to support the IAFF labor agreement adopted on November 19th, 2024. The bottom line contemplates a $2.1 million surplus in the base year of FY 2026-27. By FY 2027-28, the use of budgetary reserve is completely eliminated, and the structural deficit emerges at approximately $1.1 million. The structural deficit grows over time to $5.6 million in FY 28-29 and goes to $19.2 million in FY 2030-31. 2 points worth highlighting on this slide. First, the structural deficit is now delayed until FY 2028-29. And second, interest income has been increased from 1.1 million to 3.8 million based on a thorough review of our interest-bearing cash deposits and the yield projections on those deposits, which are now appropriately aligned to the Federal Reserve outlook. And the outer years of FY 29-30 and FY 2030 and 31 are estimates for planning purposes. Next slide, please. This slide shows where we have been and where we are now. In February 2025, the structural deficit through FY 2029-30 was 28.5 million. By June 2025, that figure was reduced to 16.3 million, a 42% improvement. By March 3rd, 2026, the deficit through the same FY 2029-30 horizon was reduced to 5.6 million, an 80% improvement from the original baseline presented to you in February 2025. The fourth box on the right reflects the same March 2025 forecast extended 1 year further to FY 2030-31. Through that longer horizon, the structural deficit is 11.5 million, which represents a 72% improvement from the original 5-year baseline presented in February 2025. Two messages that I want to emphasize in this fiscal progress scorecard. First, every action that produced this improvement was developed under the strategic direction of our City Council and the leadership and collaboration of our city departments. Second, changes in staffing and service levels have been aligned to community demand. In other words, staffing equals service levels. Next slide, please. This visual makes the same point as the last slide, but it does it in a graphic manner. Each line shows how the cumulative structural deficit was projected to grow over time at 3 points in our forecasting work. The top line in February 2025 showed the deficit climbing to 20.5 million. The middle line in June 2025 showed the same horizon reduced to 16.3 million. The bottom line in March 2026 shows the deficit further reduced to 5.6 million through FY 2029-30 and 11.5 million through FY 2030-31. The visual point of this graph is that the gap narrows at every point in the forecast, not just in the final year, because recurring savings compound. And so our structural deficit trajectory is not only lower, but flatter, indicating the growth of that deficit is contemplated to slow over time. Next slide, please. Before we're leaving the structural deficit section, I want to anchor these numbers and who they belong to. The general fund revenue of 146.4 million is funded entirely by Milpitas residents and businesses through property tax, sales tax, hotel tax, permits, fees, and other revenue sources. 80 cents of every dollar collected, a total of 116.4 million in personnel costs, pays the city employees who deliver our community's services. Fiscal discipline is how we protect the services our community depends on and the workforce that delivers those same services. Those two outcomes are inseparable. Next slide, please. We've gotten a lot of questions over time about the waterfall. This slide shows how the general fund flows from revenue to services to reserves. On the left, 146.4 million in revenue comes in from the community, supplemented by 2.7 million in one-time funds previously approved by council action. That total flows through to 147.9 million in city services distributed across public safety, public works, parks and recreation, economic and community development, and public policy and strategic management. Within city services, the 80%, which we've talked about before, is personnel. The remaining 20%, 29.3 million, is service and supplies. Year-end surpluses, which is the box in the middle and that green arrow going down to the right, to the third box on the right, occurs when we have money left over at the end of the year. It flows to one-time reserves on the right, including the budget contingency reserve, the budget stabilization reserve, the CalPERS stabilization reserve, capital and infrastructure reserve, and the technology and facilities reserve, along with others. So that is the last slide for my presentation. I'm going to conclude that piece on the structural deficit. I'm going to turn it over to Director Parmley for the annual AB 2561 vacancy report.
Thank you, Luz Kafresi-Howe, Director of Finance. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Kelly Parmley, Director of Human Resources. Before I give you a brief update on some key vacancy numbers, I just want to remind us all that I was here in February of 2025 and gave a full agenda report on a lot of the activities and work that the human resource team was engaged in around ensuring that we were engaged in a hiring process that had integrity, but also was more efficient, and also engaged in some activities around recruitment. And at that time also presented you with some vacancy data. So if we go fast forward to now, as of March 31st on the next slide, at a very high level, thank you. Just to remind us, we have 451 authorized FTE on which the vacancy rate is calculated right now as of March 31st. 50 vacancies, which translates into a little over 11% as a vacancy rate. And what's also important to note is that more than half of those vacancies are in some form or in some stage of recruitment. A reminder that after the February presentation of last year, around April, the city engaged in a really thoughtful and strategic review of all of the vacancies before launching them for recruitment, meaning that they went to the city manager's office and continued to go there for approval before a department is allowed to launch a recruitment on a vacant position. Part of my responsibility is to also provide you some information about vacancy rates as part of AB 2561, make sure we do that before budget adoption, and so I'm here to do that. On the next slide, just to give you a look at what has happened over the 9 months here and this year at a very high level, you can see in Q1 we started with about 8.6% as a vacancy rate, or almost 9. And then by the end of the third quarter here, I just noted for you that we're now at 11.1%, about 2.5 points increase over that period of time. But again, over 50% of those 50 vacancies are in some stage of recruitment. If you recall back to February of 2025, I offered that there isn't any benchmarking specific to what a vacancy rate should be. But at that time, we were aiming for it to stay below double digits. At that time, when we adjusted for positions that were being held, it was around 7%. And without that, it ranged somewhere between 8 and just under 10%. So we're still, you'll see in the next slide in just a second that we do have one particular bargaining unit that is exceeded the threshold for AB 2561, but 11% is actually pretty good given the circumstances that we're in right now, and we can talk about that more if you want to. On the next slide, our obligation is to show the vacancy rate by bargaining unit, so you can see the range here. Similar to what I presented back in February of 2025, what this shows you is the budgeted FTE by each of the bargaining units. And then the vacancies as of March 31st, and then what that translates into in terms of a vacancy rate by bargaining unit. And that also shows you which of the 28 are in recruitment for each of those bargaining units. You'll note the asterisk for MEA, which I mentioned before, which is beyond the 20% threshold for AB 2561. We'll work with MEA for any additional information that we are required to provide them as a result of exceeding that threshold. There are a variety of reasons for that. I believe that is the last of my part of this presentation, so I'm going to turn it over to Alice for the next section.
Thank you, Director Parmley. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Alice Furch, the city's budget manager. I'll now walk you council through the fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget proposals. Next slide, please. The headline of this section is pretty straightforward. The fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget proposals have a net impact to the general fund of $0. There are a total of 11 proposals. 9 are recurring and 2 are one-time, with a combined total value of $2.39 million. Of that total, $2.25 million, or 94%, is funded outside of the general fund. Altogether, they are funded through the Equipment Maintenance Fund, the Water and Sewer Maintenance and Operations Funds, and other restricted funds. The remaining $131,369 in the general fund expenses are offset dollar to dollar by matching revenue or matching reductions, which results in a net general fund impact of $0. Next slide, please. This table summarizes each of the general fund proposals. 3 of these proposals are offset 100% by revenue. After the Bell and Summer Camp at $56,736, facility rental staffing at $18,000, and injury navigation through Ready Rebound at $56,633 for police and fire. Each of these proposals are offset by outside new revenues. The eliminating grant consulting proposal in the city manager's office produces $42,000 in general fund savings. The remaining 4 proposals balance to 0 across the general fund column. These proposals include a law clerk internship in the city attorney's office at $18,642, technology system investments in the information technology department at $51,165, an asset manager realignment in public works that produces an $83,379 savings in general fund, and a purchasing agent reclassification in the finance department at $55,572. The bottom line confirms that $131,369 in new general fund expenditures are matched in the general fund by offsets. This results in a net general fund impact of $0. Next slide, please. The remaining proposals are funded outside of the general fund. 2 proposals are one-time and drawn from the Equipment Maintenance Fund. These proposals include the Public Works fleet replacement at $2,003,060 and police vehicle replacements at $281,416. These proposals replace aging vehicles that have reached the end of their useful life and are needing to be replaced. We have one recurring proposal is a utility engineering reclassification in the Public Works Department at $38,421. This is entirely funded by the Water and Sewer Maintenance and Operations funds. The total non-general fund investment in 26-27 is $2.25 million with 0 general fund draw to this. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Matt Kano to briefly go over the one-time funded projects and programs, review the remaining budget calendar, and close out the presentation with staff recommendations.
Thank you, Alice. Just 2 more slides. Next slide, please. So it's important for us as we go through this budget process to remind ourselves of items that were funded, either aren't funded or currently as we move forward, or in the past were funded on a limited or one-time basis and are not funded ongoing. That gives you the opportunity to ask us any questions during this budget process and recommend any funding being earmarked for some of these items when we return for the potential adoption of the budget on June 2nd. So I'll briefly go through this. The advertising on VTA bus shelters, this is a new council priority. We do have funding to advertise during the upcoming FIFA events, and our public information officer is working on a great program for that. If we were to continue advertising on an annual basis, more generally outside of events, we would need additional funding. Friendship City program, we did receive direction to reach out to some nonprofits, Chamber of Commerce and others, to see if there's a partner we can use for this program so that the city doesn't have to expend funds, and we will be doing that. However, if those conversations don't work out, we will need to hold on this until we can identify future funding. It would remain on the priority list. We would just need to identify funding in the future. The Milpitas Summer College Internship Program, this is something that was added in last year's budget for one time. The team has been working together and to launch a program for this summer. If we're going to continue this past this If we're going to keep doing this program every summer after 2026, we would need additional funding. Storefront and crime prevention program. This will be coming to the city council with this recommended use of this one-time $100,000, likely in June. And that will discuss the use of the money for this next fiscal year that we're about to enter, but that is one-time funding. The Ring Doorbell Initiative, which was launched by the City Council at a meeting in March, is currently with one-time funding. If we're going to continue in the future, we would need additional funding. Expanding the emergency motel stay, we did receive $100,000 of one-time funding on this in December. We do feel that this one-time funding should last a few years to supplement our current program, but it is not ongoing. Library improved security and maintenance, we did receive one-time funding for this in December. That one-time funding provides security services through likely late January of 2027, and after that, we would need to identify additional funding for security. Expansion of Milpitas Youth Force. We did receive enough, we do have a base level of funding for Milpitas Youth Force for a certain number of youth, but the expanded program was funded only for 2027 and summer 2028. Summer 2026 and summer 2027, we would need additional funding to continue that expanded program beyond summer 2027. And Milpitas Smart is currently funded with a VTA, primarily with a VTA grant and some city matching funds through roughly spring 2027. We're still working on some final numbers, but any extending it past spring or late spring, summer 2027 will require additional funding that we have not yet identified. So again, we wanted to make sure we covered this slide with you today in case you had any questions or provide any feedback. And only one more slide, so I'll go ahead and finish up. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this slide provides the budget calendar. The check marks are dates that we've already completed. We had an employee town hall last week to talk about the revenue forecast and the budget proposals. And we have today, the CIP budget was adopted earlier this evening, and we right now are having a study session or a public hearing on the operating budget to receive any feedback or direction that you have. We will likely come back on May 19th for the fee item again that was deferred from this evening. And then in May, we will have community engagement town halls as well. A few opportunities for the community to provide additional feedback outside of these council meetings, in addition to online feedback that we have been receiving from the community and we have transmitted to the mayor and city council. Then we anticipate coming to you to request to adopt the fiscal year 26-27 operating budget at a public hearing on June 2nd. Next slide, please. And that's the end of our presentation for this evening. We're happy to answer any questions or take any feedback the city council may have.
Thank you for that presentation. And now I'm going to open it up for the public hearing. Any public
I have no
discussion?
public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public and out on the floor? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and move on to council discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
You're
We're
welcome.
having so much fun here.
We're getting through it. I know.
Slide 6, please. And this is for Director Luz. I'll ask my question while we're waiting. Oh, there you go. Director Luz, there's an asterisk at the middle of the page. And how much reserve did we use for the 26-27 for the November 2024?
Yeah, $2.7 million, Councilmember.
that's
That-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now. Did we put it back?
Yes. We had a
When-
waterfall last year of about $6.2 million. That was the number that came to you in December when we had finished our audit and brought our audit for council consideration and receipt in December, and we had $6.2 million. So those funds were fully restored.
From last year's?
Yes, ma'am. From June 30th, 2025.
Okay. Thank you, Director Luz. I thought I remembered, but I wasn't clear. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Slide 15, please. I think this is for Director Kelly. Oh, this is, can I see 15, please? Oh, 14. Okay. Just a question. You said the last column says in recruitment. Don't we have a hiring freeze?
We do, but once they're reviewed by the CMO, so when the vacancy occurs, every couple of weeks, depending on when a director submits a request to fill, we then move that to the city manager's office for review and consideration and approval. So those happen after, in other words, are released for recruitment once it's approved by the city manager's office. We've been doing that since last year.
And I want to just add, a lot of times these processes use the word freeze, and what they really are is a strategic hiring process where prior to any recruitments moving forward, especially starting early last spring, there's, as Director Parmalee mentioned, there's a process where the city manager's office reviews the position that's being requested, reviews the urgent need for that position, and then either approves or disapproves it. And there's been a handful of positions over the past year that have not been approved and have been on hold due to that process.
Is that answering the question, Councilmember Chua?
I'm not sure.
I can offer maybe a comment that brings clarity to it. The city manager's office reviews hiring that department heads want to do. A perfect example is, even though it wasn't a completely successful recruitment, is the water treatment position within Public Works. That's a position that's vital to the city. We're currently using a contract service for it, but we're also continuing to recruit for it because it's vital to the city. So it could hinder city operations to just across the board say we're not hiring anybody. It's really dependent on the position. And so all positions go to the city manager's office to determine, is it something that's vital to the city's operation? If it is, that's likely something that we would approve to move forward to fill.
Was that a policy that overrode or the council, when the council made a decision that there should be a hiring freeze? I mean, enlighten me.
I'm not
don't
sure
quite
what you're
understand.
referring to. It would have been before my time on the dais. Was there council direction to not do hiring?
I thought that's what it meant to have
Well,
a
I'll
hiring
just offer,
freeze.
being there at the time, that internally, what was then called a freeze was called the freeze and exception process. And that was started or initiated under city manager
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah, sorry, I just totally blanked on the name. And then when acting city manager joined, that process was continued and amped up. So in other words, positions were assumed not fillable until an exception process was created. And that was always the process since last April. I've seen it go through a rigorous review with the city manager's office, given the handful of conditions under which a director could request that something be an exception in order to continue to recruit for a city service or need. Or if it was funded, for example, from non-general funds. There's several positions in there that are not funded by general fund or are revenue-based. And so the exception process, from my perspective, has been in place internally since last April.
I'm not aware of that. Okay. Slide 20, please. Assistant City Manager, do you want us to add to this now? Is that the?
Absolutely. Our ideal scenario would be to hear any and all additional or budget ideas that you may have this evening so that we can bring those, assuming they receive consensus, bring those back for consideration during the adopted budget on June 2nd. So the more feedback we get this evening, the better.
So that's, I would like to add to the Ring Doorbell Initiative based on the feedback from the residents, if we need to.
Is there a specific dollar amount you're considering at this moment to suggest on this, or would you like us to suggest a dollar amount or in our adopted budget or in our recommended adopted budget?
Another 60,000 maybe, if we need to.
Okay.
Not to exceed.
Councilmember, if I may, perhaps Acting Chief Morales can bring us up to speed with exactly how many cameras that initial tranche of $60,000 buys us. Because I believe
think
that
the
number is
estimate-
500.
I
To
think
provide you some
I don't-
guidance.
where- oh, there's Chief.
Evening, Acting Chief Morales. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Happy to answer questions regarding the Ring camera. As we're currently in the acquisition process of purchasing the cameras, I don't have an exact amount, but it's in the neighborhood of approximately 500 or so, depending on the community interest, based on them wanting a doorbell style camera or if they want a camera that's mounted on the, say, garage of their home. So the number is probably going to fluctuate as we hear back from the community once we ask them.
It's just in case, so we don't have to come back and ask for it, if that's okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief. I also want to add to waive the fees for the choir members and also the band members. Currently, the band members and the choir members, they pay $35. So my recommendation is, since we use them for our events multiple times a year, why not don't let them pay that $35 a year fee. Director Lorenzen.
So the community band and the community choir have an annual fee of $30 per year. And it covers some incendiary costs associated with the program. There is something to paying a little bit to continue the commitment. But if the council wanted to make it so that those programs, which are a balance of service and learning, to be zero cost, then we would take that direction and move forward. There's also the opportunity, because they do get equipment from the program, that the $30 is a deposit for some of the equipment that they receive. And then when they return it at the end of the season, then they get their $30 back. So that's another option, but it's at the discretion of the council.
The total cost is around $3,000, right? For each.
Yeah, the revenue is a couple $1,000, so then we would no longer receive those monies. Yeah.
I think they're worth it, because you
great.
hire performers to participate in the events, and they're always there for us.
They're two fantastic service programs.
Yes. Okay. The next one, the last one. This is a takeaway from the California. Do we need a consensus?
I think what's happening is each person is kind of throwing their ideas out, and then you guys can figure it out, right? Is that?
Yeah, we're keeping a list right now, and so what we could do is go back after we get, and then ask for consensus after that.
Oh, okay. So the last one I have is the takeaway from the League of California Cities that I got. I sat on a panel with 25 other elected officials. And one of the takeaways that I like is and several of the cities, they have this program called Care Solace. Care Solace. It's a 24/7 service. It's mental health and substance abuse is a challenge that affects the youth, families, seniors, and underserved residents. So this program provide 24/7 multilingual care navigation support. So if you need a referral, let's say you have a mental health issue or drug abuse issue in your family, you can call this service and ask for a referral, meaning professional referrals. And or this is to assist with the insurance, including medical, Medicare, and uninsured options. It's a referral platform type. The proposal will expand access without requiring the city to create a new direct service department. This is preventive, compassionate, confidential, fiscally responsible investment in connecting residents to help when they need it the most. For a relatively modest cost, Milpitas can expand access to mental health and drug abuse. They call it, in those cities that have it, care before crisis. So I did my research, and the cost per residence is less than $1. Okay. So the cost of a pilot program for a year is between $45,000 to $55,000, depending on the kind of program we want. So I would like to add that to the budget. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember, could I seek a little feedback on that, if you don't mind?
Sure.
So I was just looked on the website when you're speaking, and it looks there's a specific service provider.
Yes, it's Care Solace.
Yes,
They have it. The only city in Santa Clara County that has it is Santa Clara, City of Santa Clara.
City of Santa Clara. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm just opining a little bit on this as I'm listening to you. Definitely, I see the value for our residents, absolutely. So I understand why you're recommending it. This could be, one thing we haven't done on this is had a chance to evaluate
Right.
whether or not there would need to be an RFP and or whether or not there were any additional administration or oversight challenges. And so if this funding did get allocated by the city council, we would, we would still, before we are able to commit to a timeline and a program and with this specific service provider, need to do some initial analysis and
I
work on.
understand. So 4 hours.
I don't know at this time. We would absolutely do under 4 hours work to do some initial research. That's fine. I just don't know what that will turn into. And if the funding is added for this, then I don't know that we can commit immediately to doing the program without understanding the service a little bit better.
So what do you suggest?
See if the city manager has anything to add.
There's going to be an opportunity to fund these at the actual budget adoption.
Correct,
Is that
yeah.
correct? I think one thing that we could do is some research, some hasty research really quickly, just to kind of get an idea. And then that way, if it's something that council wants to move forward to, they could allocate funding at the adoption of the budget, if that works. It gives us time to look into it.
Yeah.
Right. It's very easy to. I did my research and it's not that at all complicated. It's straightforward. So.
Yeah, it very well could be. It's just the procurement rules that we have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah. We'll do the initial research right away so we have that information in time for the adoption.
Right. Okay, good. I like that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one clarifying question, council member, on the doorbell initiative. I know that there's been interest through the media and comments. or was the request to allocate money now or to monitor the program for a future allocation?
Second.
Second one. Okay, thank you.
Do we have to come back for that? No.
That's another one that we can just, depending on what work the police department gets done between now and
Right.
June 2nd, that's something that we could adopt with the budget.
Yeah, that's, if we don't need it, then
Okay,
we don't use it.
sounds good.
How's that? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? We have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. Kelly, can I go to slide 12? So we have the vacancy rate of 11.1 compared to the first quarter, which is 8.6.
Mm-hmm.
So we've gone up. I think the next slide. Next one.
The one by bargaining unit.
Okay, so here, MEA 21.1,
Mm-hmm.
that would trigger the extra disclosure under AB 2561.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share what is causing this increase?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's multiple reasons, and others can chime in, but I'll share what I know. I'll just offer that at the end of January, it was just under 20%. So we were hovering around this. So this is a recent going over 20%. There are a few things. One, as I look at some of the data, there have been actually a fair number of retirements in Public Works and some internal hiring to replace those folks, which doesn't get you over the vacancy rate, right? So if you have a vacancy internally and then you hire someone internally, you just create another vacancy. And I think there were a few of those positions, and our Public Works Director can correct me if that's wrong. The second thing I would offer is there are some positions, remember this includes both engineering as well as our traditional Public Works functions, that do take quite a bit of time in terms of their hiring, and some challenges with respect to failed recruitments. So there's those kinds of reasons that occur. There is an ongoing, since the fall, something I can't speak a lot about publicly because we're still in conversation about this, but there were several really important maintenance worker in particular type positions where we're in the process of updating the minimum qualifications. And so thoughtfully and strategically, the Public Works Director asked us to hold on those until we resolve that with the union. That's recently been resolved in many ways, and we quickly launched some recruitments as a result of the changes in those minimum qualifications. In other words, you wouldn't want to post for a position that might very soon after have a change in minimum qualifications that would help you with recruitment. So there are multiple things in there, and I'll invite others if they have other thoughts, but it's a series of different things.
Okay. Is it too much to ask you to bring back this same kind of report at the later part of the year to see if the numbers gone down?
Yeah, certainly can do that. I'm assuming.
Is that the calendar year, council member, or? Okay.
Calendar year.
Yeah, doesn't necessarily have to be by the June meeting is what I'm hearing.
That's too soon.
Well,
I'm thinking August would be a good time for us to come
Okay.
back if that works for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you
If
for
you want-
bringing this back.
and if you want something-
requested this, I guess, in February, correct?
A year ago, February, yeah.
Okay. Can I go to slide 17? Okay, so this is the purchasing agent. This one says $55,000 below the comparable cities, right? Is it about 50,000?
Yes, and that's the 55,000 includes the all-in costs as well, benefits, et cetera. It's not just the salary.
Okay.
And council member, I just want to confirm or clarify that this is a reclassification. So this would move us from a purchasing agent to a purchasing manager with a extended scope of responsibilities. So it's both the full costing of it, but also what's actually needed for the finance department with an expanded scope of responsibility and thus compensation that would meet that.
Okay. Are there any other positions in the city that can reclassify, or this is the only one?
We identified this as an extremely critical need. The position's been vacant for some time, and almost everything we do goes, exaggerating a little bit, but a lot of what we do as an organization goes through this, all the all the supplies and equipment and contracts. And there's a really heavy responsibility, and we really need to make sure we have the responsibility matching the salary, as well as have a salary that's competitive, and so that we can get a really quality person in here that can execute on behalf of the city. And ultimately, this position, by getting the right person in there and getting the right deals from our vendors and contracts, will save money for the city.
I definitely support this because it's saving for the city. So the other questions I have is law clerk internship. And this, I think, goes to our city attorney. Welcome, city attorney. So is this some programs, is it for the summer only, or?
Correct. Obviously, I haven't had experience with the program here before, but as I understand it, this is an existing program so that law students, when they're on their summer break, are able to work in an attorney's office, get some experience, and hopefully we can not only get some benefit from the quality of the work that they're doing over that time, but also to garner some interest in the public sector work and hopefully increase the pool of applicants there overall.
Okay.
And if I could add, I'm sorry, Councilmember, if I can add, this is a proposal that we've brought year over year on a one-time basis, and it's been very successful for the city attorney's office. They've had good candidates that have come in, and so we're looking to try to just make this ongoing for the attorney's office.
Yes. But is this something that you, would this person or this staff member reduce the outside counsel work, kind of, well, that's another saving if we can have he or she do the work in-house, correct?
I will say anytime we're able to take some of the work in-house, we potentially reduce some amount of the outside counsel costs. It's a little bit hard to say that would be a one-for-one with a position like this, but it certainly would let us get to some of the things that we'd very much like to get to that could have some process improvements, some efficiency improvements, and otherwise provide a lot of overall benefit to the organization.
Would you also bring back the cost of outside service, outside counsel at a later date too, to share with us?
That's very broad, but as I look at it, I'd be happy to bring back some summaries on that. I will say that probably falls over a few different categories, both in terms of what we use for litigation, what we use for advice, and then some of the litigation might also be covered through the risk pooling. I'd be happy to provide an info memo on that, or if the council would like a full presentation, at some point we could go through that.
I will think about it and share with the council and see what works best for you. All right. Thank you, City Attorney. Yes.
I just want to add to that. Me personally, I would like to see at least 2 interns, to be honest. I'm just being, that's my preference.
And I think this question is to Matt. The grant consulting contract, I know that we, we cancel that totally. Do we have somebody in-house writing grants right now?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I appreciate it, and I can expand on that proposal. And so right now, we have a contract with a grant consultant, and we pay them in two ways. First is $42,000 general fund dollars annually. It's a retainer, essentially. And they do a lot of work with that retainer fee. They meet with our staff. They read through our documents. They get the lay of the land, state and nationally, about what grants are out there, and they recommend what grants to us that they think would best fit with our organization. So there is value to that. However, on that piece of it, all of our directors, a lot of our managers, and a lot of our teams here in Milpitas are on those similar e-lists already and get notifications about most of those grants. Now, there are grants that sometimes the consultant knows about that we don't, but for most of them, especially the big ones, the transportation ones, et cetera, we already get notices about that. And so while we like the service that they're providing on retainer and they're doing a good job, the $42,000 value is too high for us. So what we're recommending is to reduce that portion so that they won't be feeding us regular grant ideas on a regular basis. However, we are planning on keeping a contract with them. So on an as-needed basis, if, say, Kelly wanted to apply for a grant and she didn't have the capacity to write it, and she could go out to them and they would give her a cost estimate. They could say, hey, I'll do that grant for you for $5,000. And then Kelly would find money in her non-personal budget to go and work with them to apply for that grant. We do also apply for some grants in-house. It just depends on the capacity of the team, and some grants are extremely extensive too. So we will be keeping them on agreement on call so our staff can use them as needed for specific grants.
Yeah, I just don't want us to miss any opportunities to bring grants in. So if we try this style for a whole year, perhaps we can see if we have less grants coming in and revisit on the contract again in the future.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll definitely keep this on our mind. We'd like to revisit it in the future.
Thank you.
I want to add to that.
No, you
If I may, Councilmember Lynn, I want to
Thank
add
you.
to that. Another takeaway from the League of California Cities, and I gave it to city manager and assistant city manager and city attorney. I was on a panel as well, on a session, and two city managers made a presentations on grant giving, and they are extremely very successful. So I think Assistant City Manager Matt is gonna look into that.
Yes, thank you. And I went on the Cal City's website and found the copy of that presentation, and I haven't had time to study it yet, but we'll definitely take a look at it and then see if there's any ideas we can glean from it.
Yeah. I like that too. Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me. Councilmember Lamb.
Okay, since we are on this slide, I have a couple of questions before I jump to another page. I have a question about the injury navigation, 56,000. Can someone explain that to me?
Did you want to? If you want to, have at it. Otherwise, I'll do it. The one thing that I will remind, though, it's no impact to the general fund. The service is being funded outside of the general fund.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you for having me back up here. So Ready Rebound is a service that is pretty critical and already, anecdotally speaking, has provided returns to the department. It's a program that streamlines our employees that get hurt, specifically our sworn staff. So what the service does is they partner with professional doctors that are associated with professional, athletic leagues or other connections that allow officers to get treatment a lot quicker compared to the workers' comp process right now. So they basically are the facilitators for the workers' comp process for the employee to help them move along through the process by, putting them in connection with these medical providers. So essentially, the intention is to bring them back quicker rather than them being on the workers' comp side. And if I remember correctly, it's like 30 or 40%
Yeah,
faster.
on average,
return.
33% faster.
Yeah, return to work.
I understand the effect of this program, but the part I have question is, why would this can do 30 to 40% faster than workers' comp? Is it because of red tape, or what? So why is this better than workers' comp?
Well, that's a complex question with workers' comp because it's just such a challenging animal, to be honest. But go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't replace workers' comp. It supplements our existing TPA, our third-party administrator, which we work with. What Ready Rebound does is they go out and proactively build a network of doctors that subscribe to certain timelines, and they commit to those timelines. And so oftentimes, the injuries that you see in public safety are very similar to sports injuries, injuries you see on the fields, twisted knees, backs, strained, those types of things, pulled hamstrings. So they specifically go out to sports teams, doctors that deal with professional sports, your Sharks, your Golden State Warriors, whatever teams, college teams are in your area. And they sell those providers on the mission about public safety and the need to protect communities, and they get them excited. What some people don't realize is injuries on the sports fields are workers' comp injuries. So these doctors are very familiar with the workers' comp system. So the way that they're able to accomplish that is getting buy-in from providers and then staying very connected along the process. There's a lot of hand-holding throughout the process of making sure that things are happening. And so through that, they're able to accomplish this. That's what we've seen in other areas. That's what they've told us, and that's what we're evaluating. This is a pilot program currently, and so we're looking to fund it this next year. We only started in January. That will give us ample time to really realize the impacts, look at the metrics, and then see if it's something that we want to continue into the future.
And I would just add to that, the work that's being done here is really beyond the scope of the typical contract for TPA services on workers' comp. So what you're buying is something extra that's yielding some benefit.
Interesting. And this $56,000, how many persons or how many people we could speed up
So they only charge for sworn staff. So in the police department, we have 90, we're budgeted 93 sworn. So they only charge us for the 93 sworn. However, it applies to all people in the police department, in our department, in the police department. Same thing for fire. They only charge for the sworn firefighters, but if admin assistant in fire twisted his or her ankle, that person would also qualify. So we're paying for each sworn individual.
If you're asking about the rate of workers' comp usage, that's probably an HR question.
Oh.
Were you asking for rate or?
No, I'm trying to guess like this $56,000. How long of a duration we can, or how many people we can speed up?
It's for 1 year.
Oh, for 1 year.
It's not. You're paying for. It's like insurance. You're paying for it whether you use it or not.
Insurance.
Yeah.
I see.
There's no cap on the amount of employees that can receive the service.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, the other question I have is the last item, purchasing agent reclassification. Can Luz or anyone explain why we need to hire a purchasing manager instead of a purchasing agent position?
Council member, I'll ask for Director of Finance, Luz, to respond with more details. And in our conversations about this is one of the most critical positions in the city with respect to moving contracts, RFPs, contract amendments, all that stuff, right? Right now, it's being filled with a temporary person in a temporary position. We've had at least 2 failed recruitments to hire this person at the purchasing agent level. And it's my understanding, in which I agree with, that finance needs someone who has a greater expanded set of scope of responsibilities and capabilities to run a full program here at the city of Milpitas. We're right now looking at what it would look like to reclassify this to a manager level position. So we're working on the class spec for it, but it is an expanded scope of responsibility, additional capabilities in a person because we have failed twice to get a purchasing agent level here at the city of Milpitas. Director Luce, do you have anything to add?
No, you were eloquently represented the challenge and the issue. This is a niche position. And frankly, I always say if the procurement is done right, everything else flows smoothly. You get savings from the knowledge of procuring wisely. We've already realized those savings and through a variety of contracts that the city council has already approved. We've been able to establish sort of known year-over-year increases to our contracts, certain contracts that were procured, and cap those at 3%, which is below the average consumer price index increase year-over-year. Procurement effectively done well and done well and efficiently saves dollars. And so this is something I've done procurement for many, many, many years. And if it's done well and done properly, we have already realized savings, and this position basically pays for itself.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I think the reason for the reclassification, as was explained to me, is they're having a hard time hiring qualified purchasing agent. And in order for that position to be attractive, is they expanded the range. You see, they couldn't hire at the level that they're on now, so they're escalating it higher. So hopefully we can get a qualified person.
Okay. So by increasing additional 55,000, that will
Right,
attract
it's
a little bit
fairly
more.
low the way I was told. Yeah,
Mm.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. On page 6 again. Loose. On your calculation, is that including employee overtime?
There is an allowance for employee overtime, both overtime that is worked for the city, as well as reimbursable overtime.
Oh, I missed that. What did you say again?
Yes, overtime is included, both a certain amount for Milpitas, overtime that is worked for the city of Milpitas and Milpitas scope of work, as well as for reimbursable overtime. And that reimbursable overtime is matched by the same amount in revenue.
I see. It's based on the history, and then you.
Yes, it's based on the last 3 years, I believe, an
Right,
average.
and you projected in the future.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Is that also include merit increase?
There are merit increase. There is a factor for merit increases included. Yes.
Okay. And what is the estimate merit increase you included?
I don't have that number offhand. I can provide that for you.
3%, 5%?
Our steps are generally around anywhere from 3 to 5%. But once again, it is a merit increase and it is not given to everybody.
Okay.
These merit increases are earned.
Okay, thank you. And page 20. On the last item, Milpitas Smart.
Yes.
this additional funding needed to continue Smart Pass Spring 2027. That's assuming the current status as not including what we propose, like going to San Jose Airport and hospital, regional hospital.
Correct, Councilmember. And we will be providing an update shortly on that potential expansion. However, this does not include any potential expansion. This is just our current routes that we have and our current service area that we have. The grant that we were able to receive was for about 1.5 years of additional funding. We're still running some final numbers to see exactly when that will run out, but sometime in around spring or late spring of 2027, that will run out. And if we don't find another funding source or allocate general fund, one-time general fund dollars, it will run out around that time.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you for that. So I had a follow-up on the page, on slide 20, on the Milpitas Smart. So how much do we spend annually on
Thank you. Now I'm going to have to ask Planning
expenditures?
Director Lee to come up, and he can be more eloquent with some of the cost numbers for Milpitas Smart than I can.
Yeah, on salaries specifically.
For Milpitas Smart, yeah. So we do contract with, come on up, Jay. We do contract with Rideco, and so there's a contract, a monthly payment that we have for those services with our contractor that Jay can talk about.
So how much do we spend annually for the contract?
We range from $90,000 to $110,000 a month. So taking that over 12 months, if we assume $100,000 a month, 1.2 million.
Wow, okay. We're gonna have to raise that. That's a lot of money. So, yeah, I think one of the recommendations is fee increases. But, I guess you guys are going through that, finding out ways of making sure that it's sustainable, right?
Correct. I will say that we, on increasing the fees for travel, one of the challenges look at BART, look at VTA, look at all the transit agencies, transit like this doesn't pay for itself through fees. And so any additional revenue we would be able to get out of that would be nominal compared to the monthly costs that Director Lee mentioned. And so our best bet right now is to identify a large one-time funding source. We did ask for earmarks in the state budget process for this, but I haven't received any positive feedback on that request yet, but we will be following up with our state legislators to see if there's any progress that can be made on that in this current state budget cycle.
Yeah, it's a very popular service that people are very happy. Students, seniors, the whole residents. So we need to find every way possible to make sure that it's sustainable. We have a Councilmember
Just a
Chu
quick
wants
question.
to piggyback on that comment.
Yeah, based on Mayor's question, when do we exhaust the funds that we got from BTA?
Spring 2027.
So next year?
Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Lam, you have something you want to piggyback to? Okay.
Yes, on the Milpitas Smart, we are collecting like $250 for adult and $1 for seniors and students. That $90,000 to $100,000 per month, do you subtract the fees we collected or not?
We don't subtract it. But we are collecting fair revenue.
Okay, so we have funds coming in, but those are not included into the.
We're not counting it as offsetting the cost. There is some fair revenue coming in, but it's not significant. But the idea is to put it back into the program, which could probably like over a year, because our cost recovery is somewhere between 5 to 10%, perhaps an additional month or a little less. That's how much extra it could go back into funding operations.
Councilmember, if I may, to provide
Please.
additional color on that. That is considered to be grant revenue. So those fair revenues that are collected come back in as restricted funds specifically to support SMART.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you for that. One more. So I guess so with this one-time funded projects programs, we have 937,619 remaining in one-time funds, but we have enough to cover what's on here now, right?
Councilor Mayor, thank you. Each one is a little different. And so right now, there's not additional money for these items in the proposed budget that you'll be seeing in June, but there's a few items that were mentioned earlier that after you're done with your discussion, I'll run through so you can gain consensus on. I'm just going to use one as an example, the expanded emergency motel stay. There is enough money in the budget, unless there's a major, knock on wood, disaster or incident, there's enough money in the budget to last for a few years with that $100,000 that was added. The storefront and crime prevention program, that initial $100,000 that was added in December, we will hopefully be in front of council in June with recommendations and getting your guidance on that program. That we don't know exactly how long that $100,000 will last, but it will last into most of next fiscal year. And so each one of these items is a little different. However, unless additional money is added in the budget process, the money that is kind of discussed on here and in the more detailed informational memorandum we gave is all that we would have.
So let me get this clear that so some of these are just one-time funding and some of these are continuing.
So
funding.
currently, none of these have continued money on them. However, some of them have money that lasts beyond this current fiscal year that we're in. For example, on the, and I can go through each of them real quick and if you'd like and mention that, or just as an example, the summer internship program is just funded for this summer, but the emergency motel stay is funded for a few years.
Okay. All right. So I think I have one more. We have Councilmember Lin, and then I'll come back. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you can finish because the comment was just to staff.
Okay. So, so on the expansion of Milpitas Youth Force, youth force, I really feel that jobs for our kids, our children, are important. So I would like to increase that.
Thank you, Mayor. So currently, I just want to make sure I understand the specifics of the request. So currently, the expansion is funded through summer 2028. Would you like to add one additional year of the expansion to it? So it's
Yes.
funded through 20. Okay.
Yeah, I really feel that we should invest in our youth. So add another year to that. And I also had a question, what's the status of the Milpitas Community Office? When is that going to, I haven't heard anything on what's the status on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And so the funding was added in December for a office to support police activity or support the police department on Main Street. And we did budget that. It is funded. And based on the current work plan for the capital improvement program team in the city, they're anticipating getting that project started after the summer.
This summer?
After the summer. And it's a.
What do you mean after this summer?
Oh yeah, wait, sorry, this fall. Start on the project this fall. That type of project, and Director Drenza can correct me, would take about a year to complete or about a year and a half.
Why so long?
There's a lot of roof work and Christian to come and add anything if you'd like. I know you went out there. So
Yeah, I'd like a status on that, and I think we're going to need more funding. I don't think 300K is enough. And I also wanted to have a site visit with whoever's managing that, because I think there's a lot of room there to even put a divider there and possibly rent the other side of it to a YMCA or something, I'm just kind of thinking out of the box, but I wanted to have a site visit with the not city manager, the site manager.
Okay.
To see what's going on, and then with staff, with Christian, to give me a full status of what is needed, what are the potential, and I think we need to increase it.
Mayor, just to clarify, are you saying we'll do a site visit and get all those questions answered, or do you? Or
Yeah,
are you
yeah,
looking for
that way I
something
could
else?
see what exactly is needed, and then what's the timeline on that?
We did, so we retained the advice of several construction firms to assess a variety of issues, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, roof, the windows as well. The facility needs a brand-new roof. Now, a lot of the investigation and the assumptions were based on non-structural assessments, and we don't quite know what the interior of that facility looks like once the walls are open. So I think your statement that 310,000 is inadequate is very accurate. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out to be twice as expensive.
Yeah,
But we
that's
won't
why.
know until staff and I need to get through this summer's very busy construction season, and then we can shift and tackle that project and begin to have a more detailed investigative
Yeah.
work done.
And that's why I want to make sure that we have enough, we could put some of this money into that. I want to make sure what's the status of it, where are we on that? It's already been over 6 months already. So I don't know why it takes so long.
We simply have a lot of projects, and I have a few staff to support those projects. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, like I said, just let me know when we can meet.
Absolutely.
And any other council member that would like to join me, because I think we can only have two, myself and somebody else. We can go do a site visit and do an assessment, and then you can tell me what exactly is needed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any other questions? We have Councilmember Lynn.
Hang on. Thank you, Mayor. So I know that we had the mayor giving the last questions to staff, so I want to commend staff for the tremendous work tonight on both the budget and the CIP. The level of detail and organization and thoughtfulness was clear throughout, and it reflects a great deal of effort and professionalism. I want to share what I was thinking of when I was reading the two statements or the two documents. I was very impressed, and I know how hard you guys work. The operating budget shown that we are working hard to manage day to day, and with the 11 proposal that have no net general fund impact, that is very good discipline. However, we reduced the budget. We didn't close it yet. So at the same time, I want to be mindful of what lies ahead. Our structural deficit is projected to reopen again next year by $1 million, and it grows wider year after that. So we also did not consider having projects that's passing through the pipeline, so that's good news. With that in mind, I just want to encourage staff to stay vigilant. If you begin to see any sign that may need to revisit the assumption or have policy level discussions, please bring it back sooner than later. Because it is important to have the conversation while it's still flexibility, and if we wait too long, there may not be options for us to really work on. So I support adopting the operating budget, and I thank you for all the hard work. And Luz, thank you. Feel better soon.
Okay, this item is information only. We don't need to do a.
One quick item. At the beginning of the discussion, we did talk about consensus on the items that we talked about for funding. Do you want to just roll that into the adopted budget presentation on June 2nd, or do you want to take a consensus real quickly on the four items, which were?
I think June 2nd, because.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
He's not
All right,
around.
so we're done with this one?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so that brings us to item 14. It's going to be a very expeditious and quick presentation, and it's going to be to adopt the Innovation District Parks and Trail Master Plan. And we have Lillian presenting on behalf of the Planning Department.
Mike.
I think
Okay.
There you Master
go.
Control has to.
Okay, just making sure. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Lillian Van Hoa, Principal Planner with the City of Milpitas. And tonight I am presenting the final Innovation District Parks and Trail Master Plan for adoption. Next slide, please. So I will quickly go over how we got here today. In fall 2024, city staff kicked off the project with Odell Engineering, now Westwood Professional Services, to prepare the Innovation District Parks and Trails Master Plan. The planning process started with site investigation, research, and coordination with key property owners in the area, including the Santa Clara Valley Water District, Public Storage, and the owner of 1670 South Milpitas Boulevard. 2 community outreach events were held in conjunction with 2 online surveys. Study sessions were also held with both the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Commission and the City Council in the fall of 2025 to discuss the preliminary concepts. And we took the feedback from the community, the commission, and the council and prepared the final design and planning document. On April 6th, 2026, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Commission recommended that the City Council adopt the Innovation District Parks and Trail Master Plan. And so tonight, we are presenting that final plan and requesting that the Council adopt a resolution to approve the plan. Next slide, please. So the Innovation District Parks and Trail Master Plan was developed to plan public open space for residents and employees within the Milpitas Metro specific plan area, complementing the broader Innovation District vision. So we conducted a community needs assessment, identified site analysis opportunities and constraints, and developed conceptual park and trail plans. Next slide, please. On the slide here, these are the anticipated park and trail parcels, and this is what they look like today. Next slide, please. And here is an aerial view of the parcels, and you can see its proximity to the BART station, existing multifamily housing, and then the future innovation district. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we held 2 community outreach events. 106 total people participated in both the surveys. The community's top amenity preferences included playgrounds, exercise areas, and sport courts. And the majority of the community voted in favor of Concept 3, the circular form park. Next slide, please. So some commission feedback highlights. The majority of the community and commissioners and the council preferred concept number 3, the circular form option. Most commissioners agreed that a dog park is suitable for the North Park. And commissioners also mentioned that there should be more sport courts of different types. So like handball, tetherball, or futsal would be good options. And all would like more shade structures. And a central trail with trees along both sides would be preferred. Next slide, please. And then at the December 16th, 2025 City Council study session, the council acknowledged the support for the community's preferences for the Concept 3 park designs while providing feedback on all of the other options. So there, we identified a need for shaded seating areas geared towards passive recreation, relaxation, and wellness. And the trail design with sections of the trail closer to the creek and shade trees was preferred by 4 of the 5 council members. And we heard that further community outreach would be needed for the dog park in the next phase. Next slide, please. So now I'll go over the final conceptual designs. Next slide, please. So here is the final concept of the Southern Park, originally Concept 3. It features a basketball court, a playgrounds for ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12, bocce ball courts, picnic areas with circular shade structures, a central lawn, a restroom building, a 12-space parking lot, and a food truck entry plaza along South Milpitas Boulevard. Next slide, please. And here is the final concept for the northern park, originally concept 3. It features a small and large dog park with agility equipment, a fitness area, a sculpture walk with colored concrete, a Class 2 creek trail along Berryessa Creek, and a future pedestrian promenade. Next slide, please. And on the slide is the rendering of the southern park. So you can see the sort of circular bench area around the lawn, and then what the food truck could look like, and then the playground in the back there. Next slide, please. And here is the final concept for the trail, originally concept 1. So there will be a Class 2 creek trail with standard or with seating nodes, bench areas, and a winding alignment with full tree canopies. Next slide, please. And here is a table showing the council's feedback from the study session. So the circular form from option 3 was selected as the final layout for the South Park based on council feedback. The programming from option 2 was also retained as part of the final layout for the South Park. The council supported advancing option 3 for the North Park. Option 3 was selected as the final layout for the North Park. The council also supported advancing option 1 for the trail, and which has the winding alignment with the full tree canopy and seating areas. And as overall, what we heard is that the council supported shade and seating, flexible spaces, passive recreation areas, and continuing engagement with stakeholders and the adaptability of the plan. So the final plan incorporates shade and seating throughout both parks and the trail. The open lawn in the South Park will be a flex space for events and food trucks, and there are walking loops and natural landscaping in both parks. And engagement with property owners were conducted during the planning process and will continue after the plan's adoption. And lastly, the master plan is conceptual, a non-binding planning document, and future studies will further refine the final design. Next slide, please. And so lastly, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to adopt the Innovation District Parks and Trails Master Plan. That concludes staff's presentation, and we also have Karen Folsom available for questions. She is from Westwood, who helped prepare the document tonight.
We have somebody else, you mentioned?
She's available for questions. I gave the presentation,
okay.
yeah, but she's online.
I thought she was
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
make more comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So we're going to call for the public hearing now? Oh, public comment, rather.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Anyone from the public? I don't see anybody. So we're going to close the public comments. And so now we're moving on to City Council.
Your mic is off.
You need to turn it on.
Mayor.
Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a question?
No.
Oh, seeing there are no questions, this is a wonderful presentation. We don't have any questions. No, we've seen this before, and this is like the third time we've seen it, and I like the rendering, you know, the rendition of the park, option 3. That being said, I would like to move to adopt a resolution to adopt the Innovation District Parks and Trails Master Plan.
I second that. Oh, we'll have Councilmember Lin second that. Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Land. Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, thank you. So now moving on
Awesome.
to leadership and
Congratulations.
support
Yeah.
services.
Moving right along to the final thing. We're looking at about maybe 5 more minutes of your time. So item number 15 is going to be to approve changes to the City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook to incorporate changes to local ordinances and state statute, including the adoption of meeting technology disruption policy as required by SB 707. And our own city clerk, Suzanne Gazette, will be presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, this item before you is a routine update to our City Council Procedure and Protocols Handbook to keep it aligned with current law and council actions. There are 2 primary drivers for this update. First, Senate Bill 707, adopted in 2025, introduces new requirements related to public access and participation in public meetings. Second, the council recently adopted an ordinance updating the city's vacancy process. This update includes both of these changes and adds a meeting technology disruption policy, ensuring the handbook remains current and consistent with governing requirements. The primary reason for bringing this forward now is compliance with Senate Bill 707. The law requires local agencies to adopt a formal policy addressing technology disruptions in public meetings by July 1st of this year. This is intended to ensure that if there is a disruption to the meeting, such as a loss of audio, video, or internet access, there are clear procedures in place to maintain public access and transparency. Our current handbook does not include this policy, so this update closes the gap and also aligns the document with the vacancy process changes previously adopted by City Council. The most significant addition is the meeting technology disruption policy. In the event of a disruption, the policy requires that the issue be announced, the meeting be paused, and staff make a good faith effort to restore service. If service cannot be restored within a reasonable time, the council may either adjourn the meeting to a future date or continue the meeting after making specific findings consistent with state law. This update also includes minor revisions to reflect the new vacancy process and clarify remote public participation provisions. The recommendation is that the City Council approve changes to the City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook to incorporate changes to local ordinance and state statute, including the adoption of a meeting technology disruption policy as required by SB 707 DeRosso. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on this item?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, so now moving on to council discussion. All right, so now we'll call for a vote. Oh, the motion. Okay, who's going to make the motion?
Move to approve item 15 as recommended by staff.
Okay, is there a second? Who made the second? Okay, so it was a motion by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lian. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I'm an aye. Okay. All right,
Thank
now.
you, City Clerk.
So now moving on to announcements and any future agenda items. City Manager?
Y'all did some great work tonight. Appreciate you. Nothing else to share.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. So I do have a couple. So Main Street Subcommittee, I would like to have a Main Street Subcommittee meeting scheduled with the Milpitas Historical Association, Main Street Historical Association, sometime in the near future. Also,
I'm sorry, Main Street Historic
Yeah,
Business
the
Business
nonprofit.
Association? Okay.
right. And then also entertainment zone. I want to find out what's the status on the entertainment zone for Main Street. Haven't heard anything. So I need some information on that. And then also food pantry. Haven't heard anything about the fees. That's another one. So those 3 items. if you can look into that. All right.
Mayor, for the food pantry item, we just need council action to request to bring it. And I think Councilmember Lamb's interested in doing so. Is that?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Councilmember.
yeah, on the food pantry, we, I think the staff already give us some kind of a market value on that property.
Rental fees.
Yeah, and then the staff was advising us to give them directions to go ahead on the on that task.
Okay, some clarification.
Sure.
Who gives the direction?
So the dollar a month current rate that's being charged was council action in the past. So we will need council action to convene the
Market rate.
the housing authority to get direction to go to a market rate model.
And when will that happen?
As soon as, go ahead.
Yeah, we would, just to add to the city manager, and so since it is city council direction on the current rent, if we would need city council to provide us direction during the announcements with consensus for us to put this on our work plan to bring back to you for any consideration of a change in rent.
Okay, when was the last meeting we had on that?
The last public city council meeting?
That when we met and we discussed it?
Oh,
When we met with them?
Oh, out on site.
I think
I'd have to look back. It was earlier this year. It was
no, December, end of December.
yeah.
When was it?
4 or 5 months ago, it sounds like, yeah.
The last week of December, December of 2025.
All right. Okay, well, you're going to take care of that, right?
So council member, it sounds like the mayor's requesting a consensus vote to do this. So we'll have to take that vote and.
And can I clarify what the direction is as well?
Right. So first one?
The direction,
what
is it
so the
specifically?
direction for the food pantry, and I would kind of clarify who's making the recommendation and what the direction to staff would be.
Yeah, so when the direction for staff is to come back to city council and so we can vote and decide what we want to do.
Yeah, housing authority.
Okay.
Yes.
The housing authority, and for a market rate model?
Yeah, market rate model.
Right.
Okay.
All right, for consensus on that,
Yes.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, what about the other ones? Do I need that consensus on entertainment zone status, or is that just something that you guys?
No, I don't think that you,
I
no,
just
those
want
are just
information.
updates.
Those
Yeah.
are just informational.
Mayor, I would like
So we have Councilmember Chua.
I would like to thank the Economic Development Team for hosting tomorrow's workshop on doing business in Milpitas. I remember this was one of my earliest requests or initiative 4 years ago, and it's finally here, thank goodness. So I'm excited. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm going to be there tomorrow, 9:30. Thank you.
And what is this for again? Wait, hold on.
For small businesses or big businesses to learn about procurement, how to be competitive in doing their, what do you call that, RFP? Yeah.
How to
How to do
support
business with our
in
city,
Milpitas.
basically.
I'm glad it's too good work.
Finally here. Thank goodness.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow at 9:30, doing business in Milpitas. Where is it at? Downstairs?
Where's it at?
Is it downstairs?
City manager, where's that at?
Yeah.
If more than three, if more
Right.
than three, if more than
Two.
three or more, we will not say anything, just sit there and don't make any comments.
Yeah, which is normally fine. I'd have to check out. I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. Don't have any comments about any city business if you're observing the event.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matt?
I'm looking it up right now. I'll send city council an email tonight on that.
Thank you.
That the city is moving forward with that.
Yeah, it's very important.
Okay. All right. With that, good night, everyone, and meeting is adjourned, and happy Cinco de Mayo. Good night.